Welcome to the Buddha's sleep story. Every night, we don't look for something new, but return to the old, something that is still present deep within us. Tonight, you will listen to stories that have passed through the centuries, the whispers of Zen masters, practitioners, and truth seekers. They have left traces of wisdom as light footprints on the soft ground. Before we begin, where are you listening from tonight? And what time is it at your place? Wherever you are, you're part of a global circle of silence, where people are connected not by sound, but by pure presence. Let this moment be your own, a space to breathe, to let go, and to remember that peace is not in the future, but in the stillness of the moment. Tonight's stories will be small lanterns, illuminating your path back to yourself. Each one sheds light on something simple, profound, and easily forgotten in the noise of everyday life. Let their light guide you back to yourself. So, take a break now. Take a slow, quiet breath with me. And as you exhale, let your shoulders soften, your mind settles, and your spirit begins to return home. Let's start with the first story. Each of us, even though we go through different paths, carries a small lamp in our hearts. Sometimes the light is bright, sometimes it is only glimmer under the dust of worries and the noise of daily life. But that lamp never goes out. It just waits for a moment of silence to be seen, to reflect on itself. Today, before you close your eyes, let me tell you an ancient story, one that speaks not only of human beings, but also of the inner freedom that all of us are looking for. First of all, take a break. Take a deep breath, letting the cool air touch your chest. Then exhale, so quietly, so lightly. Let your shoulders soften, let your mind drift slowly, and let your soul, after a long day of wandering, begin to return home. Now let me listen to the first story. In the center of an ancient city, where the streets are paved with marble and the light of oil lamps reflect on silk sheets imported from the east, there is a man named Viron. Viron is someone everyone knows. He had everything a man could wish for. Gold piled up in storehouses, pearls inlaid around mirrors, soft silk on the bed, and lavish feasts that lasted until dawn. Ships crossing the ocean bear his name, magnificent buildings carved with his imprint on every stone pillar. Yet, in the midst of all these luxuries, he could not sleep. Every night, he turned under the embroidered blankets, listening to the clock counting down the time like the echo of emptiness. In his mind, the numbers, the contracts, the goods kept running around like sheep that refused to stop. He counts money like someone else counts his breath, and he's as tired as an insomniac who counts the stars. In the morning, when the city woke up, Viron put on the mantle of power again. He signed, ordered, acquired, expanded. There was always something to be achieved, to be held, to possess. But the more he possessed, the more cramped he became. There was an invisible rope squeezed around his chest, something he couldn't name. One day, when the carriage stopped in front of the ancient temple, Viron saw a beggar sitting by the gate. His robe was worn, and the bowl in his hand was empty. But his eyes were as peaceful and calm as the surface of the lake before dawn. Viron looked at it and then laughed. "If I had nothing like you, I would never be able to smile." The beggar bowed his head slightly, his voice low and light as the wind. "If you really have nothing, maybe you will know what peace is." Those words followed Viron like a shadow. He tried to forget with wine, with music, with splendid nights. But the more he tried to forget, the clearer the resonance became. It was like a thread attached to the soul, pulling him back to himself. The next morning, Viron returned to the temple. The beggar was still sitting, eyes closed, his back straight, his breathing even, without a single sign of suffering. "How can you sit still like that?" Viron asked. "You have no food, no home, no gold, and you are as calm as if the whole world belongs to you." The beggar opened his eyes, looking at him with a gentle gaze. "I don't own the world," he said. "But the world doesn't own me either." That answer was like a lightning bolt in Viron's heart. He was silent. Something in the heart cracked, like a dry rock falling from a seed. That day, Veron left a gold ring on the temple steps. The next day, he left behind the jade belt. Then gradually, every morning, he came to the temple again, bringing with him a precious object. No ceremony, no words, just letting go little by little. The beggar does not ask, does not praise. He just sat still, breathed, and was present. Weeks passed. One morning, Varan returned barefoot. There were no more rings, no silk, no guards. There was only breath left and a slight pain in the knee. He sat down next to the beggar, closed his eyes, and for the first time in years he felt nothing pulling him. No desire, no fear, no need to prove. There was only gentle silence, as if he had found a home within himself. He opened his eyes and asked softly, "Have I become poor?" The beggar smiled, his lips trembling like the petals of a flower. "No," he said, "you have become free. It's the story of true wealth, something that doesn't sparkle like gold, not measured by the measure of the world, but shines from within. Wealth in and of itself is not bad. It's just energy, like a knife, which can be used to cut cakes, can also cause injury. Like fire, can heat, can also burn. The Buddha taught that it is not possession that makes people suffer, but attachment. You may have little, but if the mind is still clinging, you are still imprisoned. You may have many, but if your mind is open, you are still free. The beggar in the story has no gold and silver, but he has space. Space to breathe, to smile, to exist. He is not bound by anything, not even by his own pain. And that is freedom. That story wants to remind us, you are not the balance in the bank account. It's not the reputation, the clothes, or the number of followers you have. You are the awareness, the breath, the consciousness that can let go. Letting go is not a loss. Letting go is choosing. When you no longer need something to feel complete, you are free to enjoy it or to walk away from it without fear. That is the ultimate wealth. The ancients had a saying, "When I have nothing, I have it all." Not material poverty, but emptiness filled with light, where hands are no longer clenched by fear or control, and as such, they can open to life. So whether you're having less or a lot, ask yourself, what I own, does it serve me? Or am I serving them? If they disappear, will I disappear with them? Or am I still me, the same breath, the same sky, the same unaltered stillness presence? Wealth is truly immeasurable. It is not in matter, but in the spaciousness of the soul. The soul can sit still by the bowl, whether full or empty, and smile equally. Be rich like that. The ending story is not for you to remember, but for you to feel. Feel the relief in each breath. Feel the spaciousness in the heart. Feel the simple peace of being no longer dragged away by external things. Now, close your eyes. The world may still be noisy, but inside you, there is still a quiet space where you are not lacking, not in excess, only presence. It is wealth that no one can take away. And as you exhale, very quietly, let your mind settle down like a rippleless lake so that you can smile, like the beggar at the temple gate, like Viran in that last morning as yourself, when you return to yourself. When you have nothing left to hold on to, you realize that you're embracing the whole universe. As we continue our journey through the wisdom of Zen Buddhism, let us move on to a story of recognition and the true nature of value. Here's the next story. There was once a kingdom where wisdom was valued as gold. Rulers held councils with monks score. In the misty mountains of ancient China, where Zen temples rise like motionless rocks in the flow of time, there is a Zen master named Obaku. He was not a man to talk much. His face was austere, his eyes were as deep as the bottomless abyss, and his voice rarely sounded unless necessary. Obaku belongs to the Linji lineage, a branch of Zen Buddhism famous for its sudden, blade-sharp awakening methods. He did not teach in lengthy scriptures, nor did he preach on the Four Noble Truths or the Eightfold Path. For Obaku, the truth lies not in words, but in the moment the mind is broken. One afternoon, the autumn golden leaves fell slightly. The wind blew through the courtyard of the ancient pagoda, and a young monk came from afar. His name was Huinang, not the famous 6 ancestors, but an unknown disciple, full of enthusiasm and pride. Huinang wandered through many temples, read all the scriptures, and debated with countless monks. He believes he has grasped some of the truth, but deep down, there is still an insecurity. What is the ultimate truth of Buddhism? How to reach true enlightenment, not just empty theory? Huinang bowed deeply to Obaku, her hands clasped together in the most respectful posture. He prepared the question thoroughly, polished it like a jewel, even practicing his voice so that it sounded reverent, humble. "Master," he said, his voice trembling with emotion, "I have been studying for many years, but I have not yet thoroughly understood. Ask the compassionate master to teach. What is the ultimate truth of Buddhism?" The pagoda yard was as silent as a sheet. The leaves fell to the ground without a sound. Other monks were sweeping the courtyard or meditating in the far corner, but everyone could feel the tense atmosphere. Obaku sat on the pedigree, his eyes partially closed, as if he was immersed in deep concentration. He did not answer immediately. Time passed slowly, like a drop of dew hanging over the top of a leaf. Huinang waited, his heart pounding. He expects a profound sermon, a conundrum, or at least a philosophical answer that makes him ponder every year. But Obaku said nothing. Instead, he suddenly opened his eyes, stood up, and walked quickly towards the young monk. And then, like a thunderclap in the sky, Obaku shouted a "Katsu!" The sound echoed, sharp, pierced the space, shaking the whole temple yard. It was not an angry scream, but a pure explosion, without words, without thought. Huinang staggered back, his cross-section no longer bloody. His heart beat wildly, as if he wanted to burst his chest. All the thoughts in his head, the verses, the arguments, the pride, dissolved like bubbles before the waves. The birds perched on the roof of the pagoda were startled and flew into the sky, and the golden leaves fell in disrepair. In that moment, just a brief moment of suffocation, Huinang's mind stopped completely. No questions, no answers, no ego, no world. There is only a vast, alert, pure space. He stood there, his eyes wide open, his mouth gaping, as if he had just fallen from a long dream into a sharp reality. That is enlightenment, not intellectual understanding, but direct experience, not through conceptual mediation. Obaku stood still, looking at the young monk with a look of deep compassion. That scream is not for punishment, not for disdain. It is the katsu, the famous Zen cry, a secret weapon of the Lamchi Zen masters. Katsu is like a sharp blade, not to make the wound bleed, but to break the bonds of illusion. The human mind is like a calm lake covered with thought dust. Doubt, greed, pride, conceptuality. Words of explanation only thicken the dust. Only a sudden, unannounced scream can break through that shell, let the truth flash like lightning. Huinang fell to her knees, tears rolling down her cheeks. He couldn't say a word. The other monks smiled silently, because they had experienced similar moments. Obaku didn't comfort, didn't explain. He just turned his back and returned to the podium, as if nothing had happened. Years passed. Huinang continued to cultivate, but that moment was forever engraved in his heart. He wandered around, teaching his disciples, but always remembering the screams that had awakened him. One day, he returns to the old temple, bowing to the now older Obaku. "Teacher," Huinang said, his voice emotional, "I finally understand why you screamed in the past. It's not anger, it's compassion. Not to teach, but to awaken." Obaku smiled, a rare smile like a ray of sunlight piercing through the clouds. He looked at the old disciple for a long time, and then said softly, "Then forget that I ever shouted." Huinang was stunned. Forget? How to forget the moment that changed your whole life? Obaku explained in a deep voice, "Enlightenment is not a memory to be embraced. Even the memory of the awakening can become a new concept, a new prison. If you cling to that scream, you will turn it into an idol, a story of pride. Meditation is not to accumulate experience, but to let go of everything. Forget it and live in the pure present." That teaching was like a second scream, waking Huinang up again. He realized, enlightenment is not the destination, but a state of continuous detachment. The ego is so subtle that it can be attached even to the consciousness itself. In the Zen tradition, katsu is not exclusive to obaku. Other Zen masters also use it as a weapon of compassion. Think of the dream. You are lost in the virtual world, believing that everything is real, suffering from illusions. Then someone shouts your name. You wake up startled, realizing it's all just a dream. Katsu was just like that, a shock that awakened from the dream of reincarnation. Obaku used to use his fist with another disciple. He asked, "What is the path to liberation?" Obaku raised his fist, silent. The disciple bowed his head, for in that moment he understood. The path was not words, but a direct, rough, unadorned presence. Another time, Obaku saw his disciple asleep in the meditation hall. He quietly walked behind, raising his Kyosaku stick, the wake-up stick, and slammed at the floor. The sound was like thunder. The disciple was startled and woke up, his eyes open. Obaku just said, "If I sleep all my life, I'll dream of Zen and never wake up." These actions sound rough to the Western mind, accustomed to gentleness and gentleness. We expect teachers to whisper beautiful words or ideas, and kindness must be soft. But in Zen, compassion sometimes has to roar because the ego cage is too solid. Screaming is not personal, not performing. It is pure action, without hesitation, without agenda. It rang out of the air, landing on the heart like a bell. Hunang later became a famous Zen master. He taught his disciples, "Don't look for the truth in words. Get ready for the screams." For truth is not so fragile as to need to be whispered. It just needs to be heard. And in the late evening meditation sessions, when the mountain breeze howls through the crack of the door, the disciple often hears him tell the old story. Not to be proud, but to remind. Enlightenment can come like a storm, like cold water hitting your face, like thunder tearing through the sky. Sometimes he doesn't explain. He just interrupted the polite ego pretending to be spiritual. Obaku does not teach Buddhism. He teaches freely. And freedom often begins not with knowledge, but with a sacred, sharp cry that breaks all chains. Centuries later, the story of Obaku's scream is still told in meditation halls. It reminds us, if you leave meditation full of quotes, you have missed out. If you remember the story that has never been cut off, you are still dreaming. But if that moment touches the soft center within you, like thunder in the middle of the night, then maybe, just maybe, you have already begun to awaken. But it wasn't his size that set him apart. It was his silence, his tenderness, the way he walked through the forest without disturbing a single leaf. Other animals call him Chidanta, although very few people have ever spoken to him directly. They simply watched from the trees, from the cave, from the safety of the darkness as he moved like a mountain in motion. He was a Buddha in a previous life, and this is the story of his strength, not in battle, but in sacrifice. Chidanta lives alone by choice. He does not shun the world, but he does not cling to it either. He bathed in the calm lakes at sunrise. He ate the same fig tree every day, taking only what he needed. In the heart of the ancient forest in the north of the ancient kingdom of At, where the soaring trees reached the blue clouds, the sun sparkled like thousands of diamonds on the damp foliage, there lived a large flock of monkeys. They are not ordinary monkeys. They are agile, free, and above all, they love each other. Their leader was not the strongest in muscles, nor the fiercest, but a great monkey named Mahakapi. His fur was golden like the light of the full moon. His deep eyes contained the wisdom of eternity, and his heart was large enough to embrace the entire forest. Mahakapi did not wear a golden crown, nor sat on a high throne. He simply stood there, among the tallest branches, watching his cubs. When the fruit is ripe, he always chooses the sweetest fruits for the old and weak monkeys, the largest fruits for the mother monkeys who are raising their babies. When the flood came, he led his flock across the river by jumping from branch to branch, forming a bridge to live on his own body. When the leopard stalks under the tree, Mahakapi is always the one in the middle, roaring in warning, ready to face his sharp teeth to protect the herd. No one in the forest knew that Mahakapi was the past life of Shakyamuni Buddha. He chose the monkey life to learn the lesson of selfless sacrifice, of unconditional love, of the responsibility of a true leader. Far downstream, where the wide river unfolds like a silver silk strip winding through the plain, there is a prosperous kingdom. The palace sparkles in the sun, the city walls soar, and the flag flutters. The king's name was Brahmadatta, a young, rich, powerful man, but his heart was always empty. He had everything: gold, silver, treasures, elephants, chariots, beautiful courtesans, and feasts that lasted from morning to night. But he had no peace. Every night, he lay on his jade bed, looking at the carved ceiling, wondering, what is this power for? What have I conquered besides the fear of others? On a sweltering summer morning, when the sun had just risen above the horizon, the king was dining in the flower garden. A servant offered a plate of fresh fruit, and among the peaches and pears there was a strange mango. It was larger than usual, the skin was golden and iridescent, and the flesh inside was as sweet as honey, so fragrant that the whole garden seemed to be filled with scent. Brahmadatta took a bite, his eyes shining. "Where did this mango come from?" he asked, his voice full of surprise. The servant bowed his head tremblingly. "Your Majesty, it floats down the river from the northern forest. There is a miraculous mango tree there. The fruit is sweeter than any other place in the world." The king stood up, his eyes flashing with ambition. "Then that forest will be mine. That mango tree will belong to me, and all the sweet fruit will be just for me." He ordered the army to be summoned. Hundreds of soldiers dressed in bright armor, holding bows and arrows and spears, riding war elephants, marched north. The sound of horses' hooves echoed like thunder. The sound of trumpets echoed throughout the plain. The people on both sides of the road bowed their heads, not daring to look directly at the powerful army. They marched for 3 days and 3 nights, crossing hills and streams, until they reached the ancient forest. The air here is cool and humid. The smell of rotten leaves and ripe fruits blends together. In the middle of the forest is a giant mango tree, lush branches and ripe yellow fruits dangling like golden bells. The monkeys were happily eating and drinking on high, and the sound of laughter echoed. Brahmadatta looked up, first with joy, then with anger. "They dare to steal what belongs to me," he roared. "Surround the mango tree. Not one of them can escape." The soldiers immediately raised their bows and arrows. The monkeys panicked, screaming loudly. Some fell to the ground because of being hit by arrows. Crimson blood splattered on the leaf floor. The mothers hugged the cubs and ran away. The males snarled protectively, but in vain in front of the arrow forest. The mango tree, that used to be a nurturing place, has now become a death trap. From a distance, on a high cliff by the riverbank, Mahakapi observes it all. His heart ached like a knife. He saw the circle of soldiers, saw the branches stretched, saw the fear in the eyes of the children. There is no other way. To save the herd, they had to jump to the cliff across the river, where the jungle continued. But the distance was too far. No monkey could jump. Mahakapi looked around. Nearby, there is a soaring, strong bamboo tree. He wrapped his legs around the bamboo trunk, bending it with all his strength like a giant bow. Then he jumped. His body soared through the air, his limbs spread out, his golden feathers gleaming in the sun. He landed on the mango tree, but did not touch the ground. A small branch pierced his back, holding his body tightly in the middle of the abyss. Blood flowed freely, but Mahakapi did not cry out. He bent his body, forming a living bridge between the mango tree and the cliff. "Pass me now," he shouted, his voice echoing the soldiers' screams. One by one, the monkeys hesitated and ran on his back. Small feet stepped on the golden fur. Some baby monkeys cried a little. Some old monkeys trembled. Mahakapi gritted his teeth and endured. Every step was like a knife cutting into the flesh, and his spine was so curved that it was about to break. But he held on, held on until the last monkey disappeared into the forest on the other side. Under the tree, Brahmadatta witnesses it all. He saw the great monkey flying through the air, saw it hanging itself as a bridge, saw it endure pain without a groan. When the monkey was finally safe, Mahakapi let go. His body fell into the abyss, slamming into the rocks. Blood flowed into rivers, breathing weakly. He lay there, his golden fur dyed red, his eyes still open to the sky. Brahmadatta approached, feeling small for the first time in his life. This is not an enemy, not a beast. This is a real king. He knelt down beside Mahakapi, his voice trembling. You can run away. You can save yourself. Why? Mahakapi opened his eyes, his voice weak but clear. What would a king be like without his subjects? I live for them. I die for them. That's the leader's obligation. Brahmadatta's tears flowed. He marched to conquer, to satisfy his ambitions, to taste the sweet fruit. But now he realizes what wealth really is. Honor, selflessness, sacrifice. He ordered the soldiers, take care of you. Bring him back to the palace and treat him with the best doctors. But it was too late. Mahakapi's breathing slowed down, then stopped. He smiled one last time, his eyes closed in peace. Brahmadatta held his body, crying like a child. He built a small temple under a mango tree, not to honor his victory, but to commemorate the greatest lesson of his life. From that day on, Brahmadatta ruled differently. He is gone. He does not impose heavy taxes. He does not fight for no reason. He shared the fruit of the mango tree with the people, built schools and hospitals, and always reminded officials. Leadership is not about giving orders, but about serving. It's not about receiving, it's about giving, even lives. The story of Mahakapi spreads everywhere. Centuries later, when Shakyamuni Buddha recounted his past life, he smiled. I used to be a monkey king, and I have learned that love has no limits. Sacrifice is not weakness, but the greatest strength. The children in the village asked, is that true, teacher? A monkey sacrificed for the whole herd? The Buddha nodded, absolutely true. And thanks to that, a human king learned how to live right. For a true leader is not the one who has the most subjects, but one who is willing to give everything for the sake of his subjects. The northern forest is still there. The mango tree still produces sweet fruits. And every time the wind blows, one hears a whisper. Sacrifice for others. That's the path of an enlightened being. The journey is followed by There is a Story Told in the Mountains. Once upon a time, when Shakyamuni Buddha was still alive, there was a prosperous kingdom located on the banks of the sacred Ganges River. That kingdom was called Magadha, where wisdom was more precious than gold and silver, and sages were revered as living gods. The king often held large conferences, inviting masters from all over the world to debate the truth, the soul, the universe, and nirvana. Children not only learn math, but also how to think deeply, how to ask questions without fear of being perceived as ignorant. Among the most respected teachers was a simple man named Siddhartha Gautama, the Buddha. He wore no splendid jewelry, no gold-embroidered robes, no entourage. He wore only a faded saffron-colored kasa shirt, holding a wooden bowl in his hand and walking barefoot on the dusty ground. But when he spoke, the whole world seemed to listen in silence. The birds stopped singing, the wind stopped blowing, and the human heart vibrated like lightly touched strings. On a hot summer day, in the central square of a small village nestled on the Ganges River, the Buddha stopped. The square is surrounded by ancient fig trees. The roots zigzag like giant snakes crawling on the ground. Villagers gather in large numbers, sitting on spread mats. There were wealthy merchants dressed in silk robes, barefoot farmers with muddy hands, curious round-eyed children, and a whole group of famous scholars from the capital. That group of scholars consisted of 6 people, each representing a different school. The first was an orthodox Brahmin with a long white beard, who always quoted the Vedas to prove it. The second was a Samkhya mystic, believing in the duality of Purusha and Prakriti. The third is a Jaina, strictly ascetic. The fourth is a Lokayata sect, skeptical of everything supernatural. The fifth is a Yogacara idealist, and the sixth is a new Buddhist, but not fully understood. They come not to learn, but to debate. The laughter was polite at first, then gradually turned into sharp words like knives. They sat under a large fig tree, the shade covering it, but the air was hot because of the war of words. Truth is the only Brahman, invisible and formless, cried the Brahmin. No, truth is the distinction between the soul and matter, the Samkhya retorted. You're all wrong. Only asceticism leads to liberation, interjected the Jaina. Ascetic? Deliver? It's all an illusion of the mind, the Lokayata sneered. They argue about the immortal soul or the nihilism, about karma or chance, about God or atheism. Each person affirmed that their views were complete, and correct. Others are wrong, stupid, even dangerous. A scream rang out, his finger pointed, and his face was red with anger. Villagers watched, a merchant giggled, a potter shook his head in disgust, and a child whispered to his mother, "They're like crows fighting for a grain of rice." The debate lasted for hours. His voice was hoarse and sweating profusely. No one will give in to anyone. At that moment, the Buddha entered the square. He didn't say anything, just sat down quietly in a corner, his gentle eyes looking at everyone. Gradually, the sound of argument subsided because of exhaustion and because his presence was so strong, like the Ganges that washed away all the dirt. When the space was quiet again, the Buddha spoke softly like a drop of water falling on the surface of the lake. Once upon a time, there was a benevolent king in Varanasi. The king wanted to teach his subjects about the humility and limits of knowledge, so he summoned 6 people who were born blind from childhood. They had never seen the light, had never known what the color or shape was. The king led them to the elephant yard, where a giant war elephant was standing. Elephants are tall, with wrinkled gray skin, soaring white tusks, long flexible proboscis, wide ears like propellers, legs as big as pillars, long tails with stiff tufts of hair. The king said, "Yes, I have brought a wonder that has never been seen. Touch it and tell me what it is." The first blind man walked forward, his hand groping and touching the elephant's ribs. His hand pressed against the thick, large, warm skin. "Oh," he cried, "this thing is like a great wall, firm and unshaken." The second person stepped forward, his hand grasping the smooth, curved, sharp ivory at the head. "No, no," he shook his head. "You're wrong. This thing is like a long, hard, dangerous spear." The third person came to the elephant trunk that was swinging. The hose wrapped around his hand, soft but strong, sometimes contracting and stretching. "You are all mistaken," he laughed. "This is clearly a live snake. It moves, it breathes, it can suffocate people." The fourth man hugged the elephant's legs, his hands touching the thick skin, the wrinkles, and the huge hooves. "Ha ha! You are really blind," he declared. "This thing is an ancient, strong trunk, rooted deep in the ground." The fifth person touched the elephant's ears. The skin was delicate and vast, flapping like a propeller. "Nobody's right," he asserted. "This is a big fan, used to cool the king." The sixth person came to the back, grabbing the tail of a delicate elephant, with a tuft of hard hair on its head. "You are all," he shouted. "Evidently, this is a rough rope used to tie elephants or pull carts." When the 6 blind men were brought back together, the king smiled and asked, "So, what is it?" So the argument broke out more fiercely than ever. Each insists that he is right, accusing others of lying and stupid. Wall, spear, snake, tree, fan, wire. They shouted at each other, almost moving their hands and feet. The king stood and watched, shaking his head and laughing. Finally, he let the elephant come into the light, and the 6 blind men were silent when they heard the sound of the elephant trumpet echoing. The Buddha paused, letting the parable hang in the air like the smoke of incense. The villagers held their breath. The group of scholars sat dumbfounded, their faces pale because they recognized themselves in the story. "Every blind person," the Buddha continued, in a gentle but sharp voice, Touch is a part of the elephant. Everyone sincerely describes what they feel. And in a way, they're all right. But no one saw the whole thing. They cling to their scraps and call it the absolute truth. The result is conflict, suffering. The same is true of religious and philosophical truths. A person sees the wall and calls it the immutable Brahman. A person who holds ivory and believes in duality. A person hugs the faucet and thinks it's asceticism. Each school touches on one aspect of immense reality, but if you cling to that part and deny the other, conflict occurs. Truth is like an elephant, vast, multifaceted, beyond the grasp of a narrow mind. A young scholar, his face flushed, slowly asked, "Master, does that mean that there is no absolute truth?" The Buddha smiled, his smile as compassionate as the light of the full moon. "No, good man. The truth is vast, and the mind must be large to embrace it. The person who saw the tree and believed it was a snake did not lie, but did not see it clearly. Fortunately, the way to see the whole thing is to open the palm, the gesture of humility, listening, letting go of the need to be right. When you stop clinging to your own point of view, you create space for others. And in that space, the real elephant will appear." An elderly monk who had been silent the whole session bowed his head. "Master, I have spent my life protecting my ivory. Now I wonder if it's just a tale?" The Buddha nodded. "So you have gone further than many people who still cling to ivory. The way is not to argue about who is right, but to share what we have touched together, so that the whole picture gradually appears." The wind of the Ganges River blew slightly, and the fig leaves rustled. The tension dissipates like morning dew in the sun. The group of scholars bowed their heads for the first time, not out of ceremony, but because they were aware of their own limitations. They invite each other to drink, share stories, and listen for the first time instead of rebuttal. That night, the story of the blind man touching the elephant spread throughout the village. The children reappeared, hitting the trees and giggling. "Here is the wall. This is a snake." The elders sat in a circle, wondering what part of the elephant had been clinging to for so many years. A little girl asked her, "What does the whole elephant look like, ma'am?" The old woman smiled, stroking her hair. "We may never know for sure, but if everyone shares what they touch, we will get closer. Don't argue. Listen." Centuries later, parables are still told in temples, schools, and conferences. In India, China, Tibet, Thailand, it is carved in stone, painted on walls, and printed in books. The debaters read and blushed. The monks use it to teach their disciples. Don't be proud of touching the elephant's ears. Ask the person next to them what they touch. In modern times, when the world is full of religious, political, and ideological conflicts, the parable still whispers, "No one sees it all." But together, we see more. Humility is key. Listening is the way. Letting go is freedom. And every time someone argues fiercely, conservatively, remember the 6 blind people under a fig tree by the Ganges. The elephant is still standing there, patiently, waiting for us to open our palms. Everything contains everything. You are a jewel in the net. The same goes for the ant at your feet. The same goes for the person you haven't forgiven. The same is true of the star that pulsed light from 10 billion years ago. Each one reflects it all. And when one moves, it all changes. This is not romanticism. That is the truth seen from outside the ego. In the misty mountains of southern China, where the ancient monastery is hidden among the vast pine forests, there is a temple called Yunfeng Temple. The pagoda was built in the Tang Dynasty. The stone walls are covered with green moss. The roof tiles are soaring like swallows' wings, and the vast meditation ground paved with glossy bees has passed through generations of monks. The atmosphere here is always quiet. Only the sound of bells ringing every morning, the sound of deep chanting, and the howling of the wind through the cracks of the rotten wooden doors. Yunfeng Temple is famous for his difficult works and strict teachers. The current abbot is the old monk Fa Yun, who is in his 80s. His body is as thin as a dry branch, but his eyes are as bright as stars. He spoke little, smiled only when needed, and taught his disciples with actions rather than words. In the temple courtyard, leaning against the eastern stone wall, there is a towering wooden ladder. The ladder is more than 10 meters high, the steps are worn and smooth because of the years, and the moss is full. The ladder leads nowhere, not to the roof of the temple, not to the attic, not to the food store. It simply leans against the wall as a useless object, a wooden living cannon. Every new monk at the beginning, during the first week, was given a strange task. Climb that ladder. No explanation, no instruction, no context, just a brief sentence from the supervising brother. Some of the new monks did it immediately with a look of eagerness, thinking that this was a test of fitness or courage. Some hesitated and asked again, "Brother, what is the purpose of climbing up?" The brother just smiled. "Then you will see." Over the years, hundreds of new monks have climbed. Some giggled halfway, others looked down anxiously, and people clung to the side of the ladder as if afraid of falling. As they climbed down, some shrugged their shoulders. Some carried endless questions. Some were silent with a strange feeling in their chests, as if they had just touched something deep. Among the new monks that year, there was a person named Tam. He came from a family of officials in the capital, and since childhood he has been extraordinarily intelligent, reading all the 4 books of the 5 scriptures and passing the doctoral exam at the age of 20. But the market life is full of market expenses, making Tam depressed. He saw his comrades fighting for power, seeing the people suffering because of corruption, seeing himself gradually losing his conscience. One rainy and windy night, Tam read the book 6 Ancestors Dan Sutra. His heart suddenly trembled. The next morning, he took off his brocade robe, left the palace, and set out to find the Tao. After many months of wandering, he went to Yunfeng Temple, knelt in front of the temple door, and asked for ordination. Tam is intelligent, industrious, and ambitious to be enlightened. He meditated longer than anyone else, chanted louder than anyone else, and swept the yard clearer than anyone else. There was always a thought in his heart: I have to achieve faster than others. I must be the earliest enlightened person. On the 3rd day after the initiation, the monk led Tam to the wooden ladder. "Climb up," he said succinctly. Tam looked at the ladder and frowned. "Brother, what is the purpose of climbing up? It doesn't lead anywhere." Brother smiled. "Just climb." Tam shrugged, thinking that this was a test of obedience. He climbs quickly. His limbs are as flexible as a monkey. Up to the top step, he looked around. Only the cold stone walls and the blue sky. Nothing. He climbed down, his face slightly red with embarrassment. "Brother, I have climbed. What now?" Brother just nodded. "Good. Tomorrow we'll continue." The next day, Tam climbed again. This time it's faster. On the 3rd day, he climbs without armrests. By the 7th day, he had memorized every step, every slippery moss, every crack in the wood. He started to get proud. Every morning, after early menstruation, he sneaks out into the yard, climbing up and down like a game. He counted his steps, measured the time, tried to break his own record. The other monks began to pay attention. One afternoon, Tam was climbing when he met Tin Yim, a novice peasant monk who climbed slowly like a turtle. Jingyan was panting at the 3rd level, sweating profusely. Mingxin looked down from above, smirking. "Disciple is too slow. Look at me." He jumped 3 steps one by one, reached the top in the blink of an eye, and then descended like a fly. "See? I'm already proficient, and the disciple is forever flat." Jingyan blushed, bowed his head. "Brother is really good." Rumors spread throughout the temple. The other new monks began to avoid Tam because of his arrogance. But Tam didn't notice. He thought, "They're just jealous of me. I will be the first enlightened person here." One morning in thick fog, Tam escalated again. This time, he was carrying a small bell hidden in his sleeve. Reaching the top, he rang the bell loudly. Ding-dang! The sound echoed throughout the temple yard. The monks who were sweeping the courtyard were startled and raised their heads. Some laughed, some shook their heads in annoyance. Mintam stood on high, his chest swelling proudly. I have conquered this ladder. No one is as fast as me. At that moment, the old monk Fap Yun came out of the meditation hall. He walked slowly to the base of the ladder with his cane. His eyes were deep, not angry, just calm. He looked at Ming Xin from above. His voice was as light as the breeze. Child, you have climbed very high. But did you notice? Mintam was satisfied, laughing. Teacher, I have mastered. There are no more stairs that make it difficult for you. You climb faster than them all. Fayun nodded. Very good. But up there, is there anything? Ming Xin was dumbfounded. He looked around. Stone walls, green moss, gray sky. No, nothing, sir. The old monk smiled. And you still climb? Mintam began to feel uncomfortable. Teacher, I climb to train myself, to rise, to become better. Fa Yun looked at him with deep, compassionate eyes. So you are escalating the ego, and that ladder, no matter how high, leads nowhere. Mintam was like being struck by lightning. He stood dumbfounded on the highest step, the small bell in his hand falling to the ground and shattering. The sound of breaking echoed like the sound of his heart cracking. Fa Yun continued, his voice slow but as sharp as a knife. Every step you climb because you think it makes you superior is a step away from the truth. In Buddhism, enlightenment is not about climbing higher than others. It is to return to the ground, to kneel beside sentient beings, to be close, to be humble. You climb to prove that you are better than pure Yan, better than the brothers. That's not cultivation. It's the ego in the guise of virtue. Mingxin trembled. Memories rushed back. During his days in the field, he also escalated his fame, stepped on his comrades to get promoted. Now, in his robe, he is still climbing, escalating his more sophisticated ego. His tears rolled down his cheeks, falling on the temple yard like rain. The old monk raised his hand. Now, let's climb down. But this time, don't take the pride with you. Mingxian slowly fell. Each step is now as heavy as a mountain. When his feet touched the ground, he knelt down in front of him, sobbing, You were wrong, master. You have turned the Dharma into a race. Fayun put his hand on his head. Good. Realizing is the first step of letting go. From now on, don't escalate anymore. Sweep the yard with the disciple. Sit in meditation without comparison. Listen without judgment. Enlightenment is not on high. It's right here at your feet. From that day, Mintam changed. He never touched the ladder again. Every morning, he swept the yard with Tin Yim, laughing and talking happily, no longer contemptuous. When he sits in meditation, he no longer counts the hours or boasts of being deeply absorbed. He learned to bow lower, listen more, and realize that the slow brothers had hearts that were many times larger than he did. Many years later, Mintam became a famous teacher. He taught his disciples the story of the ladder itself. My dear children, he said in a warm voice, human life is full of invisible ladders. The ladder of fame, the ladder of money, the ladder of wisdom, the ladder of virtue. We climb to prove that we are better than others. But at the top, there is only nothingness. Enlightenment is not climbing. It's letting go, falling, and landing gently on the ground, where sentient beings are waiting for me to walk along. The wooden ladder is still standing there in Van Fong Temple, through many seasons of rain and sun. The moss is thicker, the ladder is more decaying. No one climbed anymore, but everyone looked at it and smiled. It is no longer useless. It is a life lesson, a lesson about the ego. Once a new monk asked Mintam, Master, why are you keeping that ladder? Mintam smiled, pointing to the ground, to remind that the road is really not up, but down, lower to lift others up. That's the Tao. The mountain wind blew through and the pine needles rustled. Yunfeng Temple was still peaceful, and the ladder was still standing there quietly, a witness to many who had gone astray and many who were awake. As we delve deeper into the silent teachings of Zen, we come to a story about seeing clearly and understanding the true value, listening carefully to the next one. In the snow-white Himalayas, where the clouds wrap around like the shawls of the ancient gods, there is a monastery called the Dala Palace. The monastery was built in the 8th century. The stone walls are black and shiny from the mountain winds, and the golden roof sparkles in the rare sun. The sound of copper bells rings every dawn, lasting like the breathing of heaven and earth. The lama are dressed in dark red, shaved heads, walking lightly on the polished wooden floor, carrying the smell of incense and warm yak butter. Every year, on the full moon of April, the monastery celebrates the Mandala Cat Festival, the most sacred ritual of Vajrayana. The 4 oldest lamas were chosen to make a mandala made of colored sand. They are not enthusiastic young people, but those who have spent thousands of days meditating in cold caves, who have seen their friends die in avalanches, who have wept over the dried mummies of their predecessors. They know impermanence better than anyone. That year, the 4 lamas were chosen. 82-year-old Lama Tenzin, who served as the 13th Dalai Lama's attendant. His hands trembled with old age, but every grain of sand he put down carried the breath of 30 years of mantra. Lama Karma, 75 years old, was a former Kampa warrior, still with a sword scar on his hand. He killed people, fell in love passionately, and then came to his senses when he saw his lover die of the plague. Now he makes a mandala to atone for his sins. 69-year-old Lama Dorje, who is blind in one eye because of the snow. He was the monastery's greatest artisan, able to distinguish 36 shades of blue with just his fingertips. Lama Pema, the youngest of the 4, 58 years old, had been a court painter in Lhasa. He left behind his wife and children, leaving behind the brilliant murals to find the truth in the dust. They begin on the first day of the waning moon. Early in the morning, when the snow was still falling outside the window, the 4 lamas knelt in front of a large wooden table in the middle of the auditorium. On the table was a 5-yard square board, covered with white sand as fine as snow powder, surrounded by hundreds of colored sand tubes. Vermilion from crushed coral, yellow from Tibetan saffron, blue from Afghan lapis lazuli, white from crushed seashells, black from burnt peat. Each sand tube has been recited by the little uncles for 7 days and 7 nights. Lama Tenzin opens with a deep chant of Om Mani Padme Hum. His voice echoed, vibrating the wind chimes hanging from the ceiling. Then he took the chakpur, a long, serrated metal tube, and poured a delicate stream of golden sand into the middle of the table. It is the seed of the universe, the central point of the mandala. Lama Karma next. He drew perfect arc lines, each of which was an 8-petaled lotus that symbolized the eightfold path. His hands did not tremble, although in his heart there was still the image of his old lover lying on the hospital bed, his lips purple. He put red sand in those arcs, as if putting his own blood in it to atone for his sins. Lama Dorje, with her other eye shining, created the Buddhas around her. He poured blue sand for Wenju Bodhisattva, white sand for Guanyin, and yellow sand for Amitabha. Each Buddha has 32 good generals and 80 beauties. He works without looking, just touching. His fingertips were like eyes, feeling each grain of sand smaller than the tip of a needle. Lama Pema is responsible for the periphery, the circles of fire, the intricate patterns that represent the 5 elements. He remembered his wife in Lhasa, remembered his now-grown son whom he had never met. Every pattern he draws is a silent apology. He uses black sand to create sharp lines, like knife cuts into the past. The first day passed in silence. There is only the gentle rubbing of chakpur, the sound of sand falling, and the sound of chanting evenly. The little ones stood outside the door, their eyes wide open. A 10-year-old boy named Norbu secretly asked his brother, "Brother, why are llamas so beautiful? To hang on the wall, right?" Brother smiled sadly. "No. In 7 days, everything will be wiped out." Norbu gasped. Sweep, but it's so beautiful. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, the mandala gradually appeared. It's not just a picture, it's a microcosm. In the center is 2D mountain, surrounded by 4 large continents and 8 small continents. There are Buddhas sitting in old ages, bodhisattvas stretching out their hands to save, demons being subdued, lotus flowers blooming in the mud. Each grain of sand that is put down carries thousands of mantras. If you look closely, you can see the sparkling light from the grains of sand. It's the energy of compassion that builds up over the years. Tourists from all over the world flocked. There were pilgrims who walked for 3 months from Nepal. There were nobles from Lhasa riding yak horses. There were even Western scholars wearing fox fur coats. They stood silently for hours in front of the mandalas, forgetting their hunger and thirst. An old Tibetan woman sobbed when she saw a picture of Guanyin. She had just lost her daughter to the plague. A wealthy businessman from India fell to his knees, promising to give away all his wealth. A young British girl with blonde hair wrote in her diary, "I have never seen a beauty so painful. It's so beautiful that it breaks my heart." On the 6th night, the mandala was almost complete. Only one last ring of patterns was missing on the outer edge. The 4 lamas worked until late at night, under the flickering butter lights. Lama Tenzin was exhausted. He had to sit in his chair. Lama Karma shivered from the cold. Lama Dorje bleeds her fingers from sharp chakpur. Lama Pema wept silently as he laid the last grains of sand. He had just received a letter from Lhasa. His ex-wife had died. On the morning of the 7th day, the full moon, the mandala was completed. It is so beautiful that no words can describe it. Under the sunlight through the stained windows, millions of grains of sand sparkled like stars. The Buddhas seemed to be smiling. The bodhisattvas seemed to be stretching out their hands. The entire monastery was silent in contemplation. The 14th Dalai Lama, then young, came to visit, and he stood silently for half an hour, his eyes sparkling. Then the fateful moment came. Lama Tenzin stood up, walked to the side of the mandala with a cane. He looked at it one last time, his eyes cloudy with old age but still shining with joy. He held up his hand, not a broom, but a soft peacock broom. He began to scan. From the center to the outside, every line, every stroke, each Buddha disappeared under his hand. The colored sand mixed into a gray mess. Lama Karma continued to sweep without hesitation. Lama Dorje swept without looking, tears falling and blending into the sand. Lama Pema swept as slowly as possible, as if caressing her spirit child for the last time. In just 15 minutes, the 7-day masterpiece completely disappeared. Tourists are horrified. An old woman shouted, "Why? Why destroy such beauty?" A Western scholar rushed to the block. "Stop! This is a crime against art." The English girl sobbed, hugging the diary tightly. The 4 lamas did not answer immediately. They gathered the mess of sand into Tibetan bags, and together they walked out onto the Kyichu River, a silver river that flows down from the Himalayas. The snow was melting, and the water roared like the laughter of impermanence. At the riverbank, they opened the bags. Lama Tenzin held a handful of sand, letting the wind blow it away. Sparkling grains of sand flew in the sun, like millions of stars falling into the water. Lama Karma continued, her hands trembling but steadfast. Lama Dorje dropped her small fists, whispering the last mantra. Lama Pema stood silently, watching the river swept away it all. 7 days of hard work, so many drops of sweat, so many tears, so many prayers. When the last bag was empty, Lama Tenzin turned to look at the crowd standing silently on the shore. He smiled, the smile of the man who had let go of it all. "Dear children, we have spent 7 days creating the most beautiful beauty. We have put all our hearts, all our intellect, all our love, and now we destroy it, not because we hate it, but because we love it too deeply." The mandala is not something to be possessed. It is a lesson about impermanence. Everything you see as beautiful today, palaces, fame, lovers, health, life itself, is like a sand mandala. We build with all our hearts, but we must learn to let go when the time comes. If we cling to it, we will suffer. If we own, we lose everything. Love without possession. Create and let go. Live like a river. It flows forever without retaining a single drop of water. He pointed downstream, where the grains of colored sand had melted into the silver waters. Now, mandalas are everywhere. In every drop of water nourishes the field. In each grain of rice, all species are fed. In the eyes of a smiling child, beauty is not lost. It's just metabolism. The English girl stopped crying. The old Tibetan woman knelt down and bowed. The rich businessman opened his pocket and poured all the gold and silver into the river of almsgiving. Little Norbu ran to Lama Pema's side and asked quietly, "Lama, we're going to do it again next year, won't we?" Lama Pema rubbed his head. "Yes, and the following year, and the following year. Every time you do it, you learn to let go. Each scan is one closer to nirvana." Since then, every year the Mandala Cat Festival has taken place. The four old lamas left one after another. Lama Tenzin in his sleep, Lama Karma in the avalanche, Lama Dorje in the meditation cave, Lama Pema by the Kichu River. But the ritual continued. Younger lamas followed, creating more beautiful, more complex mandalas, which were then swept away again and poured into the river again. And each time the world learns a small lesson about impermanence. Like a dream that dissolves when a chicken crows, like bubbles bursting on the waves. Like a mandala, the sand dissolves into an endless river. To another story. In the heart of the majestic Himalayan forest, where the white snow covers the towering peaks, where the wind howls through the crevices like the cries of the ancient gods, there is a sacred forest called Chadanta. That forest is unlike any other place in the world. The ancient tree is hundreds of meters high. The roots zigzag like winding dragons, and the flowers bloom all year round so fragrant that it makes elephants drunk. The silver stream flowed down from the top of the mountain, and the water was so clear that every glittering pebble could be seen at the bottom. And in the center of that forest live a herd of white elephants, the rarest elephant in the world, a symbol of purity and wisdom. The leader of the elephant herd is Chadanta, the six-tusked king elephant. His body was huge, more than 10 meters tall. His skin was as white as freshly fallen snow, and his long silver-white eyelashes. 6 tusks soared like 6 jade swords, gleaming in the sun like a rainbow. But what sets Chadanta apart is not his physical strength, even though he can uproot an ancient tree with a flick of his hose, but his immeasurably compassionate heart. Chadanta had never killed any creature, not even an ant. When the elephants migrated, he always went last to protect the weak. When the drought came, he used a hose to dig a deep lake to share with all species. The animals of the forest called him the Great Word, and they were willing to die for him. No one knows that Chadanta is the past life of Shakyamuni Buddha. In that life, he chose to be a king elephant to learn the lesson of noble sacrifice, that true strength lies not in force, but in compassion and endurance. Far to the south, where the Ganges Delta is fertile, lies the powerful kingdom of Benares. The palace is splendid gold, the city walls are soaring, and there are thousands of war elephants. The king's name was Subahu, a benevolent warrior, but Queen Samyukta was a greedy woman. She used to be a lowly courtesan, favored by the king thanks to her beauty, but her heart was always full of envy for those who were more beautiful, richer, and more noble. She had the largest collection of ivory in the kingdom, but never had one so white and sparkling as a pearl. Every night she lay on the jade bed, stroking the old tusks, her heart full of dissatisfaction. One evening, she dreamed of a 6-sided white ivory so beautiful that it made the moon jealous. The next morning, she called the best hunter in the kingdom, a man named Sonatara, to come. Sonatara has hunted white tigers, snow bears, and even Komodo dragons on remote islands. He knelt before the queen and said in a respectful voice, "Empress, I can hunt anything in the world." The queen laughed coldly. I want the tusks of the six-tusked white elephant in the Chidanta forest. I heard that it is a treasure of heaven and earth. Bring it here, and I will reward you with a treasure trove of gold and silver. Sonutara trembled. He had heard the legend of Chidanta. The king elephant never killed, but his elephants would crush any trespasser. Empress, it's a suicide mission. The queen threw a bag of jewels. Gold will buy your life. Go away, or I'll cut off your head right now. Sonatara had no choice. He set out alone, carrying a poisoned bow and arrow, a sharp dagger, and a heart full of fear. He walked for months, crossed high passes, crossed jungles, and almost died of hunger and wild animals. Finally, he arrived at the Chidanta forest. The atmosphere here is different, unusually peaceful. Birds chirp, deer do not run away, even lions sleep by the stream. Sonatara hid behind the bushes, watching. He saw a herd of white elephants gathered by the lotus pond. In the middle of the flock is the Chidanta, six tusks gleaming in the afternoon sun. Sonatara raised her bow, but her hands trembled. He could not shoot, not out of fear, but because Chidanta's eyes were so gentle, as if they were seeing through his heart. Day in and day out, Sonatara watched. He saw Chidanta lift a baby elephant stuck in the mud with a hose. He saw him standing in the sun for a deer that was giving birth. He saw him sharing young grass with a flock of hungry monkeys. Sonatara's heart gradually changed. He remembered his gentle wife in his hometown, remembered the son he had never met because he was always hunting. He cried silently in the bushes, "I am a fool, selling my life for gold and silver." But the queen gave the order. Sonatara decided to take a dose. He dug a tunnel in the ground, camouflaged with dry leaves, and waited for Chidanta to pass through. That morning, Chidanta was leading the herd to feed. Suddenly he stopped, wrapped his hose around a white lotus flower, sniffing as if he was thinking. In his mind, the memories of his past life came back. He remembered his human life, remembered the vow to sacrifice for sentient beings. He knew someone was lurking. He knew his intentions. But he wasn't angry. He just walked gently to the camouflage bunker. Sonatara raised her bow from the cellar, her heart pounding. But before he could shoot, Chidanta was on his knees. Six giant legs folded, and the white body bent low in front of the tunnel. His Holiness looked Sonatara straight in the eyes, and his voice echoed in his mind, not in words, but with pure compassion. "You want my tusks, don't you? I give it to you. But don't do. In the dense forests of the ancient kingdom of Kosala, where the sun sets as red as blood and the wind howls through the ancient trees like the wails of an unjust spirit, there is a notorious robber who terrifies all the people. His name was Angulimala, which means wreath of fingers. Not gold and silver, not horses and chariots. Angulimala only robbed one thing away, the life of the unfortunate man who passed through that forest road. Every time he killed someone, he cut off one of the victim's fingers and strung it into a chain around his neck. The wreath of fingers grew longer and longer, so long that it touched the ground as he ran, clicking like dry bones crashing in the cold wind. The people whispered to each other in fear, "Don't go through the forest alone. Angulimala is hunting people for 1,000 fingers." Angulimala was not born a demon. He used to be a young man named Ahimsaka, which means no violence. Born into a noble Brahmin family, Ahimsaka was exceptionally intelligent from an early age. His eyes were as bright as stars, his memory was as sharp as a knife, and his studiousness endeared him to the teachers at Taxila School, the most prestigious school at the time. He learned faster than all of them, answered all the difficult questions, and even surpassed the elder brother. But it was that talent that sowed the seeds of disaster. The elder brother, a narrow-minded man, was jealous of Ahimsaka. He slandered him in front of his beloved guru. Ahimsaka is arrogant, plotting against the teacher. Guru, who was stern, was furious. He called Ahimsaka over, his voice as cold as ice. "You want to prove your loyalty? Bring me 1,000 human fingers. Only when you complete it will you be considered a true disciple." Ahimsaka was stunned. He knelt down, tears rolling down his face. Master, I can't kill people. But the guru turned his back. That's an order. If you don't, you will be cursed for the rest of your life. Ahimsaka's heart was broken. He loves him like a father, believes in him like a god. His brother's slander had turned his world into hell. In desperate pain, he thought, only by completing this task can I forgive. He left the school, took a sharp knife, and hid in the deep forest. The Ahimsaka died, and Angulimala was born. The years that followed were a nightmare. Angulimala blocked the path of the travelers, killing them mercilessly. Rich merchants, poor peasants, pilgrim monks, even children. No one escaped his blade. Each corpse is a finger added to the wreath. The people abandoned the forest road, and the king offered a great reward to whoever beheaded him. But no one dared. Angulimala was as swift as the wind, as strong as a fierce elephant, and his eyes were red with blood and hatred. 999 fingers have been strung together. Only half is enough 1,000. Angulimala hid behind bushes, knife in hand, waiting for the last victim. The sky was gray, and the cold wind blew through the forest, carrying the smell of death. From a distance, a figure appeared. Not a wealthy merchant, not a mighty warrior, just a monk dressed in a faded saffron yellow robe, holding a wooden bowl in his hand, walking slowly as if he was walking. That monk was Shakyamuni Buddha, who was traveling through this land to spread the Dharma. Angulimala grinned. This old monk will be the 1,000th victim. He rushed out like a whirlwind, his knife shining in the sun. Stand back, I'll take your finger. The Buddha did not run, he was not afraid. He continued walking, his voice as soft as the wind blowing through the leaves. I stopped a long time ago. As for you, have you stopped? Angulimala was angry. Crazy old man, I'll kill you right now. He ran, running faster than ever, his feet like the wind, but strangely, even though the Buddha walked only slowly, Angulimala could not catch up. He ran to the ground sweating profusely, his breath was panting, and his finger wreath clicked like a devilish laughter. Finally, he shouted in despair, Stand back, old monk, stand back now. The Buddha stopped and turned around. His eyes were as deep as the sea, immeasurably compassionate. I have stopped. I have stopped harming people. I have stopped causing suffering to sentient beings. And you, Angulimala, have you stopped? Angulimala was angry. Crazy old man, I'll kill you right now. He ran, running faster than ever, his feet like the wind. But strangely, even though the Buddha walked only slowly, Angulimala could not catch up. He ran to the ground sweating profusely. His breath was panting, and his finger wreath clicked like a devilish laughter. Finally, he shouted in despair, Stand back, old monk, stand back now! The Buddha stopped and turned around. His eyes were as deep as the sea, immeasurably compassionate. I have stopped. I have stopped harming people. I have stopped causing suffering to sentient beings. And you, Angulimala, have you stopped? That question was like a thunder striking across the ears. Angulimala stood dumbfounded. The knife fell jingly to the ground. The wreath of fingers shattered. The dry fingers rolled on the forest floor. Memories rushed back. The guru's face, his brother's slander, the victim's begging before he died, and the blood on his hands. He fell to his knees, hugging his face and sobbing like a child. Lord, you are a sinner. I have killed 999 innocent people. You're a demon, not worth living. How can you stop? The Buddha stepped forward and laid his hand on his head, a warm, unabominated hand. The past has passed like a dream. The future has not yet come like clouds. Only currently, right now, you can stop. Put down the knife and follow me to the monastery. Angulimala trembled. He looked at the wreath of broken fingers and at his bloodied hands. For the first time in many years, his heart fluttered. He bowed. I beg to follow the Blessed One. The Buddha smiled and led him back to the ashram. Angulimala shaved his head, wore a robe, and became a bhikkhus. But old karma is not easy to erase. The people recognized him as the notorious murderer who now wore a tank robe. They were outraged. Every time Angulimala goes to beg, stones are thrown at him, sticks are swung up, and he curses loudly, "You are Angulimala! You killed my child, my husband, him!" Blood flowed on his face, on his shirt, but Angulimala did not dodge, did not hold a grudge. He just folded his hands. "I'm sorry. I stopped." Once, a father lost his son because of him in the past, and he broke his ribs with a stick. Angulimala fell, bloodied, but still smiling. "I'm sorry. I was wrong." The Buddha saw this and asked, "Angulimala, do you regret it? Do you want to leave?" Angulimala knelt down. "Sir, I am so sorry that my heart is cut by a knife. But you know, this suffering is to pay off old debts. I will not run away. I have stopped harming people. Now I will live to bring peace." Gradually, Angulimala's patience and compassion reached the hearts of the people. The mother who had lost her child now brought him rice, crying, "My child died, but you have risen again for sentient beings." Angulimala became a master of forgiveness. He preached everywhere, telling his story. "I used to be a demon, but a question from the Blessed One woke me up. No one is too bad to change." One day, Angulimala sat in meditation under a tree, witnessing the fruit of Arahant. A light of compassion radiated from his body, dispelling the darkness of karma. When he died, he entered nirvana with a peaceful smile, leaving an immortal lesson. The story of Angulimala has been passed down through generations. In the Buddhist scriptures, it reminds, no one is born evil. A good teaching at the right time, a compassionate gaze, can transform the whole hell into heaven. Forgiveness is not forgetfulness, but stopping causing more suffering. Stopping harming people is true freedom, freedom from the shackles of hatred, freedom to live in the light. Centuries later, in peaceful shrines, monks still tell the story of Angulimala to their disciples. Remember, even murderers have Buddha nature. Just stop right now. And in the ancient Kosala forest wind, one can still hear the sound of a wreath of fingers shattering, the sound of ignorance, the echo of enlightenment. In the ancient years of the 6th century BC, when ancient India was a land of tiny kingdoms competing with each other, of sacred rivers like the Ganges and Yamuna, of dense forests full of legends and villages nestled in the Himalayan hills, there was a tribe called Shakyamuni who lived at the foot of the snow-white mountains, where the fresh air was fragrant with the smell of pine and the flowers bloomed all year round. The king of the tribe was Pure San, a benevolent but worried soldier about the future of the lineage. Empress Maya, his wife, was a gentlewoman, as beautiful as a descended fairy, with iridescent golden skin and deep eyes that contained the wisdom of eternity. The Sanskrit king and queen Maya have been married for many years but have no children. The king was worried endlessly, often held rituals to sacrifice to the gods, praying for heaven and earth to bless him. The Mayan queen, with immeasurable compassion, often dreamed strange dreams. She dreamed of a huge six-tusked white elephant, glittering like jade in the moonlight, flying down from the sky, gently touching her stomach. That dream made her wake up with an extraordinary joy, as if a cool stream flowed through her soul. One spring morning, when the blossoms were blooming red on the side of the road, Queen Maya said to the king, "Husband, I would like to visit my hometown in Devadaha according to the ancient custom. Pregnant women often go to their parents' homes to give birth." The Sanskrit king happily agreed, as she became pregnant after years of prayer. A powerful entourage was prepared, white elephants adorned with gold and jewels, galloping war horses, beautiful courtesans surrounded, and hundreds of guard soldiers. Queen Maya sat on a splendid flower float, heading towards the Lumbini Garden, a sacred garden in the middle of the path, where the trees were overgrown, the birds were chirping, and the air was as cool as heaven on earth. When the group arrived in Lumbini, Queen Maya felt the sudden arrival of labor. She stepped down from the palanquin, clutching her arms to the branch of the immaculate tree, a soaring tree with crimson flowers that symbolizes purity. Under that tree, in a dignified position, Queen Maya gave birth to the crown prince without a sound of pain. The crown prince stepped out from her right hip, his golden body gleaming, his black hair in a high bun, his eyes as blue as a lotus lake, and on his head was a humiliation, the mark of a great master. At the moment of his birth, the heavens and the earth shook 6 times as if with joy. The rain of mandala flowers fell from the sky like a golden rain, and the fragrance spread throughout the Lumbini garden. The gods Brahmadev and Dashaki appeared, kneeling down in prostration. The dragon god Nagas sprayed warm cold water from the ground to bathe the crown prince. Peacocks dance hovering, deer prostrate, and a nearby stream suddenly flows backwards in honor of the great event. The crown prince, less than a moment after his birth, stood up as firmly as an adult. At his feet, 7 giant lotus flowers sprang up from the ground, each as big as a wheel, with bright pink lotus petals. The crown prince walked 7 dignified steps on the lotus flowers, 4 to the east, 1 to the north, 1 to the west, 1 to the south. Every step is imprinted on the lotus, not sinking or sinking. His right hand pointed to the sky, his left hand pointed to the ground, and his voice echoed like a hollow lion, drowning out the sound of thunder. Heaven and earth, the only self. This is my last life. I have put an end to reincarnation, and I have ended all suffering. That declaration echoed throughout the 3 great heavens and worlds. The gods in the sky cheered. The demon gods on the earth trembled, and all sentient beings felt a light of compassion spreading. The Sanskrit king heard of it, hurriedly rode to Lumbini, knelt down beside his son with tears in his eyes. Queen Maya smiled faintly, hugging the crown prince in her arms one last time, because, as fate would have it, she would die 7 days later, leaving the crown prince to be raised by Aunt Mahapajapati. The crown prince was named Siddhartha, which means fulfiller of all wishes. He was also called Gautama, according to his family line. The people of the Shakyamuni tribe rejoiced, holding a big festival for 7 days and 7 nights. White elephants carry palanquins, gong drums echo, and fresh flowers scatter all the way from Lumbini to Kapilavastu, the beautiful capital with a splendid 3-story palace. But the Sanskrit king was still worried. He remembered the ancient prophecy. If the crown prince stays at home, he will make the Chuanlun saint king rule the 4 continents of the world. If you are ordained, you will become a Buddha to save sentient beings. The king did not want his son to be ordained for fear of losing his successor. He invited 8 of the best Brahmins to see the prince. 7 predicted that he would make the king of the Wheel of Wheels, but the 8th, young Kundana, took a closer look. The crown prince has 32 good generals, 80 beauties. If he saw the 4 scenes, old age, sickness, death, reclusion, he would be ordained as a Buddha. King Pure Sanskrit was frightened. He ordered the construction of 3 separate palaces for the 3 seasons: the cool summer palace, the warm winter palace, and the rainy season. The palace is full of the most beautiful courtesans, talented musicians, the best food, the funniest games. He forbade any elderly, sick, dead, or recluse from approaching the crown prince. My son must live in ecstasy without suffering, the king thought. But fate could not stop it. A famous prophet named Asita, who lived in seclusion in the Himalayas, believed that the crown prince was born through divine powers. He is a person who has witnessed high fruits, used to be the teacher of King Pure Sanskrit in the past. Asita flew down to the palace with her divine powers, asking to see the crown prince. The king respectfully led him in. Asita hugged Crown Prince Siddhartha, looking closely at each of the good generals. The shame on his head, the white fur in the middle of his eyebrows, his round shoulders, the lion's chest, his arms longer than his knees, his flat soles with 1,000 wheels. He laughed out loud with joy, then suddenly burst into tears. King Pure Sanskrit was frightened. "Prophet, why are you laughing? Why are you crying? My child has a weak destiny, right?" Asita wiped away her tears. "No, my lord. I laugh because the world is about to have a true transformation. a Buddha who saves all beings from the suffering of reincarnation. The crown prince will become a Buddha, changing the wheel of the Dharma like never before. I'm crying because I'm old, I'm dying, and I can't hear the Dharma from him. Asita knelt down and bowed to the crown prince and flew back to the mountain. Kondana, the young Brahmin, also knelt down, and he would later become one of the Buddha's first 5 disciples. Prince Siddhartha grew up in a golden palace. He was the most handsome in the world, outstanding intelligence, and superhuman martial arts. At the age of 16, he won a bridegroomship contest and married the beautiful Princess Yasodhara. They have a son named Rahula. The blissful life lasted a long time, but deep in Siddhartha's heart, an insecurity grew. Why am I protected from suffering? What is suffering? He wondered. Then 4 scenes came. The first time he went to the palace, he saw the old man with his teeth falling out, his back cuffed, and his cane trembling. This is old, Jana explained. The second time, I saw the patient lying screaming in pain. This is a disease. The third time, he saw the corpse being shrouded. This is death. The fourth time, I saw the monk calmly begging for food. This is the way out of suffering. Siddhartha's heart fluttered. On the night of the full moon, he watched his wife and children fall asleep and then quietly left the palace at the age of 29. He cut his hair, put on a patched shirt, and began his journey of finding the Tao. But the story of the Buddha's birth is not just history. It is a great symbol. Every sentient being has the potential to become a Buddha like Prince Siddhartha. The 7 steps on the lotus flower reminds us that enlightenment can be attained in this lifetime without waiting for the next life. The declaration, "This is the last life," is the oath of the great man, to end suffering for himself and all beings. The prophet Asita teaches us, rejoice when you see the seed of enlightenment germinate, even if you don't have time to witness the bloom. And the Lumbini Garden is still a holy place today, where millions of pilgrims knelt under the tree of their descendants, feeling the compassionate energy of the day the crown prince was born. The birth of the Buddha was the beginning of the light that dispelled the darkness of ignorance. From Lumbini, that light spreads throughout the world, illuminating the way for many who have gone astray to find the edge of enlightenment. Centuries later, when the Buddha entered nirvana, his disciples still recount this story by the campfire. The crown prince was born and stood up 7 steps, declaring the end of suffering. So do we. Stand up, walk on the Dharma lotus, declare this life to be the last life of suffering. And under the ancient Indian starry sky, that statement still echoed. Heaven and earth, the only self. In the endless flow of human life, where life and death are like a wheel spinning endlessly, the light from the Lumbini Garden in the past still spreads, illuminating the way for all beings to escape from the darkness of ignorance. Prince Siddhartha was born with 7 steps on the lotus, declaring the end of suffering. And the prophet Asita wept because he knew that the world was about to have a true change. That light does not stop at Kapilavastu, but follows in the footsteps of the Buddha throughout the 3 great heavens and worlds, using a multitude of ingenious means to guide sentient beings, just as a loving father uses the promise of a toy car to save his child from a burning house. From the declaration, "This is the last life under the tree of innocence," the Buddha opened the way of means, where truth is no longer as rigid as a stone, but as flexible as water, as tolerant as heaven and earth. Once upon a time, in a prosperous kingdom on the banks of the Ganges, there was a rich man named Vishvakarman. He was the richest, with a purple attic, a gold storehouse, thousands of elephants and horses. But his greatest asset was his 3 young sons, naughty, adorable boys who always played in the sprawling 3-story house. The house was built of precious wood, decorated with treasures. The first floor was a dining area. The second floor was a bedroom. And the third floor was a treasure trove of toys of all kinds. Deer carts, ox carts, ivory elephant statues, wooden horses painted with gold lipstick. The children are fascinated by these toys, laughing and joking every day, tirelessly. One hot summer afternoon, when the sun hung like a fireball, suddenly a lightning bolt struck the roof. The fire broke out from the rooftop, spreading as fast as a dragon spraying. Black smoke billowed, wood crackled, and flames licked everywhere. The servant shouted, "The house is on fire! The house is on fire!" The surrounding people ran to put out the fire, but the wind blew strongly, the river water was far away, and the fire was getting more and more intense. The three-story house is now like a giant torch about to collapse at any moment. The rich man, Mr. Vishvakarman, ran back. His face was bloodless. He rushed to the main door, shouting, "Children, come out now! The house is on fire!" But the three children who were playing on the third floor, engrossed in the pile of toys, just giggled. "Dad, wait a minute! I'm pulling a deer cart." "No, I'm riding a wooden horse." They didn't understand the danger, thinking that fire was just a joke and smoke was just flying clouds. The father panicked. He knew that if he kept shouting, "The house is on fire, die now," the children would be scared, rush around, and sometimes even hide under the bed. The fire had spread to the stairs, and time was only counted by breathing. He stood outside the door, his voice calm but urgent. "Children, I have a beautiful new car out here. Gold deer carts, jade deer carts, jewel ox carts. Bigger, prettier than all the toys in the house. Come out here. Let me play right away." When the children heard that, their eyes lit up. "Really, Dad? The deer cart is bigger than the old one? Does the deer cart have a golden bell?" They let go of their old toys, rushed down the stairs like a whirlwind, and rushed to the door. As soon as he got out of the house, the three-story house collapsed behind him. The fire broke out into the sky, and the ashes flew blindly. The children stood in the yard, looking at the ashes in a daze, and then turned to their father. "Dad, where is the car? I promise you." The father hugged his three children in his arms, tears rolling down his face. "You are very good. I lied to save your lives. There are no small cars in the house. But I'll give you much bigger cars. White chariots pulled by white ox, as big as a palace, full of treasures, you can play with forever." He built a big car immediately, which was much more beautiful than promised. The children were happy, forgot all their fears, hugged their father, and kissed him. Shakyamuni Buddha, after preaching under the Bodhi tree, told this parable to the disciples in Lok Uyen Garden. He sat on a rock, the light of compassion radiated, and his voice was as deep as the sound of a bell. "Monks, the house that burns is the three realms of samsara, the sexual realm, the physical realm, and the formless realm. The fire is greed, anger, ignorance, and burning sentient beings. The children are you, beings who are confused, playing with the five senses, color, sound, smell, taste, and touch. They don't know the danger. They don't want to leave the house. The Father is the Tathagata, the Father of all beings. The Tathagata knows that if you say directly, 'The three realms are burning, come out immediately lest you die,' sentient beings will be afraid, confused, disbelieving, and even cling more tightly to old toys, fame, money, love. Therefore, the Tathagata uses skillful means, upaya, to lead. The small car is Hinayana, the promise of personal nirvana, the arhat fruit, the liberation from suffering for oneself. It was a deer cart, an ox cart, enough to lure the little people out of the fire. The big chariot is Mahayana, the Bodhisattva way, saving all sentient beings, leaving no one behind. It was a big white car, pulled by a white cow, full of French treasures. The Tathagata sometimes lies, saying there is private nirvana, there is an immortal soul, there is an eternal heaven, in order to save people from the fires of hell. But when he leaves the house, the Tathagata gives a bigger vehicle. The ultimate truth is dependent arising, selflessness, emptiness. There is no immortal soul, only the flow of cause and effect. There is no paradise of its own, only nirvana for all. Skillful means are the greatest compassion. Just as a father lies to save his child, the Tathagata uses symbols, rituals, promises, scriptures to lead sentient beings. The Amitabha Sutra promises the realm of bliss with a golden lotus flower, a pond of 7 treasures. It is a small car to lure people who are afraid of suffering. The Vajrayana Sutra cuts through illusion with the sword of wisdom. It is a large chariot to carry people to the edge of enlightenment. Bhikkhus, don't cling to small cars and criticize big ones. Don't think the medium is a lie. The vehicle is a bridge from the edge of the river to the edge of the river. When you have crossed the river, put down the raft, abandon both Hinayana and Mahayana, and keep only the ultimate truth: suffering, practice, cessation, and Tao. After the disciples listened, their eyes lit up. Shali Buddha knelt down. "Sir, I understand. In the past, I followed Hinayana, thinking that it was enough to be self-reliant. Now I see that the car is big. All sentient beings must be the truth." The Buddha smiled. "Very good, Shari Buddha. You will be the first wisdom, holding a big chariot, carrying all kinds." The parable of the burning house spread throughout ancient India. Later bodhisattvas used a variety of means. Guanyin embodied 1,000 hands and thousands of eyes to save suffering. Earth organs swore to hell to save sentient beings. And Wenhui took a sword to cut ignorance. In China, Patriarch Huainang used the canon, "Don't think good, don't think evil. What is the hybrid form?" to awaken. In Tibet, the beautiful sand mandala is 7 days and then swept away to teach impermanence. Skillful means teach us. Truth is not rigid. To save alcoholics, we sometimes have to say, drinking alcohol will go to hell, even though hell is just a symbol. To save children, sometimes Buddhist fairy tales must be told. To save modern people, sometimes science, psychology, and movies must be used. From the 7 steps of the lotus in Lumbini to the parable of the burning house in Lok Uyen Garden, the Buddha connected 2 banks, the bank of birth and death and the bank of nirvana, with a bridge of means. The declaration, "This is the last life," is not arrogant, but a great promise to all beings. I will not enter nirvana if there is still a suffering being. Centuries later, in peaceful monasteries, monks still tell this parable by the fire. The house is burning. Don't get carried away with old toys. Listen to my father's promise of a new car and run out immediately. The big car is waiting, the bodhisattva chariot, carrying them all to the shore. And in the wind of the Ganges River, people seem to hear the voice of children shouting joyfully, "Father, the big car is so beautiful," the cry of saved sentient beings. From the ingenious light of the means in the parable of the burning house, where the Buddha used the promise of a big car and a small car to save sentient beings from the fire of greed and greed, the path to enlightenment lies not only in profound sutras or sublime meditation, but sometimes hidden in the smallest things, like an old woman sweeping a temple for 30 years, illiterate, not chanting, but living the Dharma fully in every stroke of the broom. The Buddha's vehicles are as diverse as all colors. Sometimes it is a large Mahayana chariot, sometimes it is a broom sweeping fallen leaves, just to remind that enlightenment is not far away, but in the present moment, in what you are doing, in the breath you are breathing. Once upon a time, during the Tang Dynasty in China, on the high mountain of Yunju in the clouds, there was an ancient monastery called Fa Yun Temple. The monastery was built during the time of the 6 ancestors of Hui Nang. The mossy green stone walls, the roof of the tiles soared like flying cranes, and the vast meditation ground paved with glossy bee stones that passed through many generations of monks. Early in the morning, the sound of the bronze bell echoes the sound of the mountain wind, calling the monks to get up to chant, meditate, and discuss the gong. High monks came from all over the world, those who were familiar with the Tripitaka scriptures, those who meditated so deeply that they perished, and those who taught the Dharma that made thousands of people enlightened. The abbot was the old monk Ming Kong, who was in his 90s. His body was as thin as a dry branch, but his eyes were as bright as stars, and he had been a disciple of the 100-staff patriarch. In that monastery, there was an old woman named Jing Lin. She was not a monk, not a rich layman, just a poor widow who came from the village at the foot of the mountain to the temple to ask for accommodation 30 years ago. Her husband died of the epidemic. Her only son went missing as a border soldier. She had no place to lean on. That day, the former abbot saw her kneeling outside the temple gate in the rain and wind, and immediately let her stay with the condition. It is enough for you to sweep the temple, change the perfume, and light incense. No need to make offerings, no need to study sutras. Mrs. Jinglian happily accepted. From then on, she lived in a tiny room behind the temple kitchen, waking up at 3 in the morning before the first bell rang. She wore a patchwork shirt, a brown scarf on her head, and held an old bamboo broom. Every day, she swept the vast meditation ground, pine needles falling from the old forest, dust from the mountain wind, bird droppings from crows flying by. She swept slowly, brushing the broom steadily, not missing a single leaf. After sweeping the meditation ground, she swept the meditation path, the wooden corridor, and even the stone steps leading to the meditation hall. After sweeping, she changed the fresh perfume in the Buddha vase, lit fragrant incense, and cleaned the Bodhisattva altar. She did it all with a gentle smile, didn't talk much, didn't complain. The new monks often laughed at her. "The old lady is old. What do you do when you sweep the temple to make you tired? Go back to the village to rest. Let us do it." She just laughed. Sweeping the pagoda is sweeping the mind. Falling leaves are delusions. Dust is afflictions. Sweeping the temple yard is wiping out one's mind. The monks laughed. "The old lady talks about the public without being literate. Do you chant the prajna? Have you ever meditated?" She shook her head. "I am illiterate. I don't chant. I don't meditate. I'm just sweeping the temple." The monks shook their heads in disgust. What is enlightenment with a broom? 30 years passed like clouds. Mrs. Tin Lin is older, her back is more cuffed, her hair is gray, but her broom stroke is still regular. She never took a day off, whether it was raining and stormy or snowing on the mountains. Once she had a bad cold and a high fever, but she still swept the yard. Abbot Ming Kong saw this and said, "You take a break, let the monk do it." She laughed. "Master, if I rest, the fallen leaves will fill the yard and the dust will cling to the altar. My mind will not be clean." The high monks in the temple are different. They sat in meditation for 7 days and 7 nights without eating or drinking, chanting thousands of verses and teaching the Dharma to enlighten their disciples. There are the tastes of the preliminary fruit, the second fruit, and even the 3 fruits. They are proud. We are true practitioners. The old lady sweeping the temple is just a chore. They held a grand Dafa meeting, invited masters from the capital to come and discuss emptiness, dependent arising, and nirvana. One year, in autumn, golden leaves fell on the temple grounds, and the monastery held a 7-day Dafa festival. High monks gathered from all over the world, people from Shaolin Temple, people from Baima Temple, people from distant Tibet. They wore red robes, sat cross-legged on the pedestal, and preached the Dharma Sutra, the Vajrayana Sutra, and the Mausoleum Sutra. People from far away flocked to listen to the Dharma, crowding the temple yard. The sound of sutras echoed, the sound of bells and drums intersected, and the atmosphere was as solemn as the Buddha's realm. Mrs. Tin Lin still swept the pagoda as usual. She swept the yard earlier, so that when the Dharma ceremony began, the yard was clean of fallen leaves. She swept the aisles, changed fresh flowers, and lit new incense. While the monks were teaching the Dharma, she quietly swept the corridor behind her, not making noise, not interfering with listening. A young monk saw her and was annoyed. "Old lady, the Dharma assembly is so big. Don't you come in and listen? What is the enlightenment of you to sweep the temple like this?" She smiled kindly. "I'm listening to the Dharma." The monk was surprised. "Where did you hear it?" She pointed to the broom. Every time the broom hits the ground, I hear an impermanent sound. Every leaf that falls, I feel selfless. Every vase changes the water. I know how to let go. For 30 years, I have studied only one sutra. Be present in every little thing. The monk laughed loudly and told everyone. The high monks finished listening and shook their heads. The old lady is naive. To be enlightened, you have to realize emptiness. You have to break the attachment to the self. You have to enter concentration. Sweeping the temple is just a trivial thing. On the last day of the Dharma conference, Abbot Min Kong held a ceremony to recognize enlightenment. The high monks took turns presenting the evidence. The narrator sees the past life, the narrator breaks the self-grasping, and the narrator sees emptiness. The abbot nodded in praise. Finally, he called Jinglian in. The first time in 30 years she was invited to the main meditation hall. The old woman walked in tremblingly, still holding an old bamboo broom in her hand. The high monks laughed silently. What did the old lady come in to do? The abbot said solemnly, Monks, today I want to ask Mrs. Jinglian a question. You swept the temple for 30 years. Do you have any evidence? The old woman knelt down and folded her hands. Master, I am illiterate. I don't chant. I don't meditate. I just sweep the temple. But every day I scan. I see that the leaves fall and do not return. The dust cannot be kept, and the fresh flowers also fade. I learned impermanence. With each stroke of the broom, I don't think about the past. I don't dream of the future. I just be right here. I learned mindfulness. Each vase changes the water. I don't regret the old flowers. I don't expect new flowers. I just know how to let go. I learned to let go. 30 years, that's all I can live for. The abbot shed tears and knelt down and bowed to her. Lady Jinglian, you are the most enlightened person in this monastery. We monks sit in meditation for 7 days and our minds are still delusional, chanting thousands of songs, but our hearts are still arrogant. She did not study the sutras, but lived the Dharma to the fullest. You are the Bodhisattva manifested. The high monks were stunned, and then knelt down one by one to bow to her. The old woman blushed. Teachers, I'm just sweeping the temple. The abbot laughed. Sweeping the temple is sweeping the heart. You've swept away 30 years of afflictions, and we're still sitting here fighting for evidence. Since then, Miss Tin Lien has been revered as a master. She still swept the temple as before, but the young monks now sweep with her, learning to be present in the broom. The story of the old woman sweeping the temple spread throughout China, engraved on stone stels, printed in meditation books. Ms. Jinglian teaches us, enlightenment does not need fame, does not need great enlightenment. Just live being present in the little things, sweeping the yard, washing the dishes, taking care of the children, driving the car, with mindfulness, impermanence, letting go. That is the true Dharma. From the large vehicle in the burning house to the broom of Mrs. Tin Lien, the Buddha reminded, the path to enlightenment takes all shapes, but they all lead to the present. Sweep away the fallen leaves in your mind, right now. From the humble stroke of Mrs. Tin Lien's broom to wiping away the fallen leaves in the courtyard of Phop Van Pagoda, where every movement is a vivid chant of mindfulness and letting go, the path to enlightenment continues to expand in another way, as gentle as a cloud floating in the sky of the mind. The old woman taught that practice does not need fame, only presence in small things. But what is present to see? To see that all phenomena are like falling leaves, like dust, like clouds dissolving in the sun. The form is constantly changing, but the deep essence, the clear sky of the mind, remains unchanging forever. From the broom sweeping the yard to the clouds melting on the mountains, the Buddha and the ancestors continued to use magical means to point out the truth of impermanence, leading sentient beings from the shore of attachment to the shore of freedom. Once upon a time, during the Song dynasty in China, on the misty Huangshan mountain all year round, there was a small temple called Yunmen Temple. The temple only has 12 monks, not as splendid as the Dharma Yun Temple, not as famous as Shaolin, but it is the birthplace of great Zen masters. The abbot was the old monk Yunmen, who enlightened the Yunmen sect with the works of a Buddhist letter as sharp as a knife. He spoke little, smiled only when needed, and taught his disciples with gestures rather than words. In the temple, there was a little boy named Min Kong, 15 years old, smart and agile, but his heart was full of anxiety. His parents died early due to the war. He was picked up by the monk and ordained at the age of 8. Min Kong is good at meditating, chanting, and memorizing. But every night he dreams that he dies, sees his parents die, sees the pagoda burn, and sees himself falling into the abyss. When he woke up in the morning, he was trembling. His eyes were red. One afternoon, when golden leaves fell on the temple yard, Min Kong knelt in front of Mr. Yunmen. Tears rolled down his face. "Teacher, I am afraid of death. I'm afraid everything will change. My parents are gone. My master will grow old. I will enter nirvana, and I will die. Everything is gone. I can't stand it. How can you cultivate when your heart is full of fear?" Master Yunmen didn't say anything, just stood up and led the little uncle to the temple yard. The sky of Hongsan that day was rare blue, without a single cloud ripple. The mountain wind blew slightly, and the pine needles rustled. He pointed to the sky. "What do you see?" Min Kong raised his head. "Teacher, I see a clear blue sky." The teacher nodded. "Good. Wait a minute." The two teachers and students stood silent. Half an hour later, from the west, a white cloud floated over. The cloud was as beautiful as a watercolor painting, the shape of a winding dragon, sometimes into 2D mountain, sometimes into a blooming lotus, sometimes into a 6-tusked white elephant. Min Kong shouted, "Teacher, the clouds are so beautiful." Master Yunmen smiled. "Beautiful, isn't it? Do you like that cloud?" "I like you very much. I want it to stay in heaven forever." He didn't say anything, just continued to stand. Half an hour passed, and the clouds gradually changed. The wind blew strongly. The clouds stretched into white streaks, then thinned, and finally completely dissolved into the air. Only the blue sky remains, as clear as it was originally. Min Kong was sad. "Teacher, the cloud is gone. It's so beautiful that it disappears. Like your parents, like everything you love." Master Yunmen put his hand on his uncle's shoulder. "Do you see any water?" Min Kong was dumbfounded. "Teacher, where is the water here?" He pointed to the sky. "That cloud is water. Now it's gone, but the water isn't gone. It turns into water vapor in the air, and then it falls into rain, nourishes trees, flows into streams, rivers, seas, and then rises into clouds. The shape of the cloud changes, but the nature of water persists forever." Min Kong began to understand. His eyes lit up. "Master, what you mean is..." Mr. Yunmen pointed to his heart. "My life is the same. Your body, your emotions, your thoughts, your relatives, your possessions, it's all a cloud. They are born, change, dissolve. My parents are gone like a cloud, but their love is still here, in my heart, in the cause and effect I sowed. Your body will grow old and die like a cloud that dissolves, but your profound essence, Buddha nature, emptiness, the sky of the mind, is forever unchanging, neither born nor extinguished, nor added nor lessened." Min Kong knelt down. "Teacher, I understand. I'm afraid of dying because I'm clinging to the clouds, to the form. Now I will learn how to make the sky so that the clouds will no longer make me miserable." Master Yunmen laughed. "Very good. From now on, every day you should go to the temple yard to look at the clouds. When the clouds are beautiful, don't cling to them. When the clouds clear, don't be sad. I only recognize myself as the sky." Since then, Min Kong has changed. I don't dream of death anymore. Every morning, he wakes up early, goes to the temple yard to watch the clouds drift. One day the dark clouds came, and the rain was pouring down, and he laughed. The black clouds also dissipated. One day the white clouds floated, and he shouted, "The clouds are beautiful and go." He sits in meditation under a pine tree, his mind like the sky, his delusions come and go like clouds. At the age of 20, He became enlightened, became a Zen master, and inherited the Yunmen temple. The story of clouds in the sky spreads throughout China. Zen masters use it to teach their disciples. Don't cling to the cloud of fame, love body. Recognize yourself as the sky. Patriarch Linji shouted, "The clouds are gone. The sky is still there." Ancestor Kuisan taught, "Water does not disappear. It only changes shape." Centuries later, in Japan, Zen master Dogen wrote in the Tibetan Dharma, "The clouds float on the mountains float in the clouds, but the mountains are still mountains, the clouds are still clouds." In Tibet, the Dalai Lama taught, "When you are sad about the loss of a loved one, remember them like a cloud. The form is gone, but love is still here, in the sky of the heart." Today, on Huangshan Mountain, Yunmen Temple still remains. The pagoda yard still has old pine trees. There are still green stones to sit and watch the clouds. The young monks still tell the story of Uncle Min Kong to visitors. Don't be afraid of impermanence. Impermanence is the gateway of immortality. The clouds dissipate so that the sky is clear. From the stroke of Mrs. Tin Leon's broom that swept away the fallen leaves to the dissolving clouds on Van Mon Mountain, the lessons followed one after another, like a flowing stream. Practice being present to see impermanence, seeing impermanence to realize impermanence. The old woman swept 30 years to sweep away delusions, and the little uncle looked at the 30 years of clouds to see the sky of the heart. Both are the skillful means of the Buddha. From the big car in the house burning to the broomstick, to the clouds, all to one thing. Let go of the form, you will see the essence. And every time you are sad about a loss, go out to the field and look at the clouds. When the clouds clear, smile. The water remains. The sky is still here. From the dissipating cloud on Huangshan Mountain, where Master Yunmen used the image of immutable water to teach Xiaoming Kong to let go of the fear of impermanence, the path to enlightenment continued to open a deeper layer, as sharp as a blade of fire, unforgiving as a lion whip. Mrs. Tin Lian swept the fallen leaves to see the impermanence in small things. The little uncle looked at the melting clouds to realize that the sky and mind were unchanging. But what about realizing it? We must use wisdom to break through the layers of illusion that still cling to us. We must clearly distinguish reality as it is, no matter how painful the sword stroke may be. From the stroke of a broom that swept the yard to the clouds that dissolved in the sky, now is the time for the Bodhisattva Manjushri to manifest himself, riding a green lion, holding a fire sword in his hand and the Prajna Sutra, cutting off all attachments so that sentient beings can see the truth as if reality is empty, neither added nor less. Once upon a time, in the northern Song dynasty in China, on the sacred 5 Tai Mountains, where the clouds wrapped around like the shawls of the Buddhas, where the snow was white all year round and the sutras echoed from thousands of caves, there was a monastery called Qingliang Temple. That monastery was the ashram of Bodhisattva Vanthu, where tens of thousands of monks from all over flocked to worship. The statue of Wenhu in pure gold is 3 staffs high in the middle of the main hall. He rides a majestic blue lion. The lion's fur stands up like fire, and his mouth opens and roars. In his right hand he held a sword of fire that soared. The blade was as bright as the sun, and in his left hand he held a blue book of the Prajna Sutra, on the cover of which was engraved the words, "Form means nothing, no means form." Wenhui's eyes were deep, both compassionate and stern, as if he was seeing through the hearts of all sentient beings. In that monastery, there was a young monk named Hu Ming, 35 years old, who was exceptionally intelligent. Since childhood, Hui Ming has read all the 3 Tibetan sutras, memorized the Vajrayana Sutra, the Dharma Sutra, and the Mausoleum Sutra. He sat in meditation for 7 days without eating or drinking, meditating on seeing past lives, seeing sentient beings. He taught the Dharma that made thousands of people enlightened, proudly. I have realized emptiness. I have broken the self-grasping. I have seen the unchanging sky of the mind. But deep down, Huming still has a subtle layer of attachment. He is proud of his evidence, still thinks I am more enlightened than others, still clinging to knowledge, on the reputation of high monk of the 5 stages. One night of the full moon, when the snow was falling heavily outside the window, Hu Ming was meditating in the main hall in front of the statue of Van Thu. He entered deep concentration, saw himself flying to the heavens of the Tao Loi, saw the gods making offerings, and felt that he was revered as the great magician. He smiled intently. Suddenly, a dazzling light burst out. In front of him, the Bodhisattva Wenju embodied vividly, riding a giant blue lion, the lion roaring in an echo that echoed throughout the Wutai Mountains. Wenfei looked at Huiming. His eyes were like knives. You said you were enlightened? Huiming knelt down and rejoiced. Great saint, I have seen emptiness, I have known impermanence, and I have let go of greed and greed. Wenfei laughed coldly, raised the fire sword. Then I'll slash here. The sword swung down as fast as lightning and slashed directly at Huiming's head. He panicked and dodged, falling to the floor. The green lion roared, and Wenhu shouted, Where are you still afraid of death? You said to let go. Why are you still clinging to your life? You say emptiness. Why are you so proud of the evidence? Huiming trembled. Cold sweat broke out. Great saint, I was wrong. I'm still arrogant. I'm still clinging to knowledge. I'm still afraid of pain. Wen Shu lowered his sword. His voice was stern but compassionate. Wisdom is not a flower that smells cool water for you to caress proudly. Wisdom is the sword of fire, cutting through illusions. It's not comfortable. It's not gentle. It hurts like a knife. I hold the sword to cut off the self, the dharma, the knowledge, the reputation. I ride a lion to subdue the ignorant demon army. We hold the Prajna Sutra to clarify. Form means nothing. No means form. You see that the sky of the mind is unchanging, but it is still clinging to the cloud of knowledge, the cloud of evidence. Let go. Huiming sobbed. Great saint, what should I do? Wensu raised his sword and pointed at his heart. Let me slash. Don't shy away. Slash your life, slash your reputation, slash your knowledge. Only when you're ready to slash will you see reality as it is. Empty, no more, no less. Huiming closed his eyes, knelt straight, and did not dodge. The fire sword swung up, slashed down. But there is no blood. There is no pain. There was only a dazzling flash of light. When he opened his eyes, Hu Min saw that he was still sitting in front of the statue of Van Thu, but his heart was light. The last layer of mast was cut off. He laughed loudly, and the laughter echoed throughout the monastery. That's it! Sharp wisdom cuts them all. Since then, Hu Min has changed. He no longer preached at length, no longer proud of the evidence. He just sat quietly under a pine tree, holding a branch as a sword, and taught his disciples, wisdom is a sword. Don't be afraid of pain. One monk proudly said, I have entered my past life. Hui Ming took a branch and slashed into the air. Where is the past life? Slash! The monk was startled and enlightened. The story of Wen Hui holding a sword spread throughout the 5 mountains. The young monks came to worship and knelt in front of the statue. May the great saint give wisdom. Some people dreamed that Wen Hui slashed his sword, woke up crying because they saw their attachment. There are people who sit in meditation and are cut by a sword of fire, painful but enlightened. Centuries later, in Japan, the Zen master Hakuin painted a picture of Wenju holding a sword, teaching, wisdom is a whip on the buttocks of a lazy horse. In Tibet, the monks of Wenju with a sword of fire cut through greed and greed. Today, on the 5 mountains, the statue of Van Hu is still shining. The lion is still roaring, reminding millions of pilgrims, wisdom is not a soft chair to sit proudly, but a fire sword to cut illusions. From Mrs. Tin Lian sweeping the leaves to the little uncle looking at the clouds, from the dissolving clouds to the sword that Van Hai slashed, the lessons followed like a stream. Being present to see impermanence, seeing impermanence to receive immutability, receiving immutable, to use wisdom to cut off attachments. Only when the sword and slash are no longer evasive will you see reality, hollow, bright. And every time you boast, I am enlightened, remember that when Huai raised his sword, where is enlightenment? Slash! From the blade of the fire sword of the Bodhisattva on the marble mountains, where the sharp slash cuts through all the illusions of attachment for Hu Min to see the hollow reality, the path of enlightenment returns to ordinary life, as close as a small cafe in Saigon, where the phone-addicted mother misses precious moments with her son. Van Hu used the sword to teach clear distinction. Let go to see the legs like, but let go of what to see. To see the present passing by every second, to choose to hold your child's hand instead of scrolling through the screen, to realize that modern distractions are sophisticated demon forces, robbing the real moment of life. From the stroke of a broom to the leaves, the clouds to dissipate, the sword of fire to slash the illusion, now is the time to return to the present, where wisdom is no longer a sublime sword, but a warm hand clasped together in a crowded cafe. In the afternoon of Saigon, the sun is bright and golden. The rains have suddenly stopped, leaving a shiny road surface reflecting the blue sky. The Cafe Kong Wiet is tucked away in a small alley on Nguyen Thi Minh Khai Street, where old tamarind trees shine a shade. Trin Kong San's music echoes from old speakers, and the smell of black coffee is mixed with the faint scent of milkweed. The cafe is not luxurious, just a few shiny ironwood tables, rattan chairs creaking, and corners of the walls are filled with hand-drawn paintings of customers, children's paintings that are scribbled but full of life. That day, Miss Lan, a 35-year-old mother, an office worker at an advertising agency, took her son named Bin to play. Bin is 5.5 years old. His cheeks are puffy. His eyes are big and sparkling like two black jewels, and his hair is curly because of his inheritance from his father. Ms. Lan's husband has been on a business trip abroad for 3 months. She is raising her children alone. Her work is overwhelmed. Online meetings, constant emails, close deadlines. She thought, take me to coffee for relief. Sit and check my mail a little. The mother and daughter sat at a table on the veranda. The wind blew coolly. Miss Lan ordered a silver glass with ice. Bin ordered chocolate fresh milk. Bin was excited. Mom, I brought a beautiful stone today. I picked it up in the park. He pulled out from his backpack a small bag full of pebbles of all colors, sparkling white stones, red stones, and so on, blue stones like pearls. It was stacked on the table into a beautiful little house. Mom, look, my house has a window and a flower garden. Miss Lan is looking down at her phone, surfing Facebook, liking photos of friends traveling to the Maldives, watching stories of colleagues showing off their children studying well. She smiled politely. Yes, it's very beautiful. Wait a minute. Bin pulled his mother's hand. Mom, take a good look. I made a heart-shaped window for you. Ms. Lan waved her hand slightly. Wait a minute, I'm chatting with my boss. Bin was sad, but still patiently moved on. He took a crayon from his backpack, the set of pens his mother bought for his birthday, and drew it on the shop's order paper. The picture gradually appeared, mother and child hand in hand under the rainbow of 7 colors. The golden sun was brilliant, and below was the pebble house. Bin draws her mother very beautifully, her long hair flying, her mouth is smiling, her hand is holding her hand tightly. The boy was excited. Mom, I drew for you. The most beautiful mother in the world. Miss Lan is replying comments on Instagram, watching funny TikTok videos, giggling. She looked up for a second. Yes, it's beautiful. Let me take a picture and post it on Facebook. She held up her phone to take a picture in a hurry, posted a story with the caption, My son is too talented 3, then bent down again to surf again. Bin was disappointed. His eyes sparkled. I didn't look carefully. Time passes. Bin sat still, looking at his mother. He took the stones and arranged them in a big mother on the table. He sang the song, Bong Bong Bang Bang. His mother used to sing lullabies. He drew one more picture, mother and child going to the park flying kites. He pulled his mother's shirt 3 times. Mom, play with me. Each time, Miss Lan also, wait for me, I'm busy. The sun gradually sets, and the shop lights up the warm yellow light. Bin began to fall asleep. His head fell on the table, his hand still holding the painting. Ms. Land still surfs, watches sales live streams, chats with old friends, replies to customer messages. The phone is hot. The battery goes from 80% to 50%, then 20%. Suddenly, the screen went black. The battery is dead. Sister Land panicked. Oh my God, the battery is dead. She searched her bag for a power bank. Forgot at home. She looked around the shop looking for a socket. There was none. For the first time in 2 hours, she put down her phone and raised her head. The world appeared clearly. The wind blew coolly. Trin's music echoed. There are things that cannot be said in words. The guests around him laughed and talked, and Bin, her son, was sitting sadly, his eyes red, his hand holding the crumpled painting. Miss Lan was stunned. She saw that the Pebble House bin was now shaken by the wind. She saw 3 pictures she had drawn. Her mother's head under the rainbow, the second picture of her mother flying a kite, and the third picture of Bin standing alone with the words, "Where is Mom?" I saw his eyes sparkling with water and saw that his smile had been gone off for a long time. Miss Lan's heart was like being slashed by Wen Hui's sword. She remembers the mornings when she rushed to take her children to school, the late nights when she slept, and the weekends when she slept on the phone while she played alone. She remembered Mrs. Tin Lien, who swept the pagoda for 30 years in the stroke of a broom. Remembered the little uncle who looked at the melting clouds to see the present. Remembered Hu Min being cut by a fire sword to let go of the illusion. The telephone is a modern illusion, a cloud that covers the sky of the mind. Miss Lan shed tears. She put the phone in her pocket and held her son's hand tightly. Bin, I'm sorry. I missed the stone house. I missed the painting. I missed my smile. From now on, I won't let my phone steal me anymore. Bin raised his head, his eyes shining. Really, Mom? Can you play with me? Sister Lan smiled through tears. Really, Mom plays forever. The mother and daughter sat there, their hands clenched. Bin said of the stone house, "This is the living room. This is the room where my mother and daughter sleep." Miss Lan looked closely, praising every detail. Bin handed over the painting. "Mom, keep it. I draw you the most beautiful." Miss Lan hugged her child tightly and kissed her child's cheek. They play rock stacking, painting, storytelling. The cafe is now like paradise. The surrounding guests smiled and looked, and a young mother put down the phone and held her child's hand. That night, when she came home, Miss Lan turned off the Wi-Fi and left her phone outside the living room. She played with Bin until late at night, reading books, arranging Legos, singing lullabies. Bin slept soundly with a smile on his face. Miss Lan lay beside her child, tears rolling down her face. Thank you for the battery. Thank you for now. Since then, Miss Lan has changed. She set a limit. Only check mail during office hours. No phone on weekends. She took Bin to the park, to the beach, to the temple. She told the story of Mrs. Tin Lien sweeping the pagoda, the little uncle looking at the clouds, and Van Hai holding a sword, telling it like a fairy tale for me to understand. The current is the gold storehouse, my son. Don't let distractions steal you. The story of mother and daughter at Kongwiet restaurant spread on social networks, not because Miss Lan posted, but because the customer took the photo and posted it. Thousands of mothers read and cried, letting go of their phones and holding their children's hands. A mother commented, "I used to be like that too. Now I choose the present." From the sword of Van Hai slashing illusions to the hand of the mother holding the hand of the child, the lesson closes the circle. Sharp intellect to cut distractions, to cut the illusion of the screen, to see the precious reality. A smile of the child, a doodle, a fist. For now you have to choose, right now, not to wait for the battery to run out. And every time you pick up the phone, remember Kongwiet restaurant. let go. Hold the hand of your loved one. That is everyday enlightenment. From the hand of the mother at the Guyue restaurant who let go of the phone to hold her child's hand tightly, realizing that the present moment is more precious than 1,000 notices. The path of Zen insight gently opened up a deeper layer, no longer cutting off the distractions with the sword of Wen-Thu, but learning to let go of what we once considered the ultimate glory, so that the jewel of Buddha nature that has been there since time immemorial can be free to shine. The mother chose the present. Uncle Ming Kong saw the sky through the clouds dissolved. Hu Ming was cut off by the sword of fire. Miss Lan let go of the screen to see her son's eyes sparkling more than all stories. We now stop at the base of an ancient maple tree outside the monastery wall to hear the teachings of latent awareness and value, where a leaf falls, a drop of melting water, a jewel sewn in a shirt, a sharp moo, an illusory city in the middle of the desert, a candle swaying in the wind, an old man sitting quietly at the train station, a tenzo washing rice in the kitchen early in the morning, all whispered the same truth. Letting go is not about loss, but about returning home. Returning home is the light. Let the autumn wind guide the way. Let the golden leaves fall all over the meditation ground. And let this story go on like a bankless river, like an endless net of Indra jade, like a never-ending path of meditation. We will go slowly, deeply, to the end of every breath, every tear, every smile of awareness. This is a 16,000-word story about a little boy named Hui Tam, about the maple tree outside the monastery walls, about forgotten jewels, about compassionate illusory cities, about the moo that echoes over 100 years, and about how an ordinary human being becomes enlightened just by learning how to let the leaves fall without pain. Under the maple tree, letting go of leaves to welcome spring. Vanfong Monastery is located on the top of Hongsan Mountain, where the clouds wrap around like the shawls of the Buddhas, where the sound of the morning and dark sutras blends with the sound of the wind, where each paving stone bears the footprints of thousands of monks who have stepped through. Outside the mossy green stone wall, there was an old maple tree that was about 300 years old. No one remembers who planted it. Perhaps the Buddha himself sowed the seeds long ago, when he was still wandering the world. The tree is more than 10 staves high. The trunk is shaggy like elephant skin, and the roots rise to the ground like winding dragons. Every autumn, its leaves are as bright yellow as thousands of gold coins falling from the sky, illuminating the meditation grounds so much that young monks squint their eyes as they sweep the leaves. That year, on a late autumn afternoon, the 15-year-old Hui Tam sat under a tree, his heart full of confusion. He was a war orphan, picked up by the abbot from the ashes of a burned village. From the age of 7, he was ordained, intelligent and agile, memorized the Vajrayana Sutra since he was 10 years old, and sat in meditation for a day without moving. However, the master handed him a strange sentence. What are you clinging to that is no longer alive? Hui Tam tried everything. He meditated in the cave for 3 days without eating or sleeping. He chanted the Lingyam Mausoleum 108 variables. He knelt in front of the Buddha statue and cried and begged for enlightenment. But the answer is still as silent as stone. I'm afraid. I'm afraid I'm stupid. I'm afraid I'm not worthy. I am afraid that my whole life of cultivation will be just an empty shell. The autumn wind began to blow strongly. Yellow leaves rustled and chattered overhead. Suddenly, an amber leaf, bordered as red as blood, spun around a few times and then gently landed on the palm of his uncle's hand. Huixin was startled. The leaf is delicate. The veins are still clear, but it has yellowed. There is no green left. It was strangely beautiful, breathtakingly beautiful, but it was clearly dead. He looked up at the tree. The maple tree was still standing, majestic, bare and naked, but there was no sign of pain. Not a single withered branch, not a single scratch. It just quietly drops what was once its glory. Other leaves fall. Then there are other leaves. They fell like golden rain, covering the meditation ground, covering my uncle's robe. Hugh Tam suddenly felt that his eyes were stinging. He ran to the seven masters and knelt down. Master, why does the tree drop its most beautiful things? The old monk Yunduk was drinking tea, and after listening to it, he just smiled and put down the teacup. Because it believes in cycles. He knew spring would return. It creates space by freeing up. Huixin was dumbfounded. He remembered what he was clinging to. The memory of the burned village, the pain of losing his parents, the fear of not enlightenment, the dream of becoming a famous monk like Mr. Huiyan Trong in the past. They were all gold leaf, beautiful, sparkling, but long dead. From the next day, he returned to the stump. The wind was still blowing. A leaf fell into his hand. He whispered, "Thank you for raising the tree for a whole season. Now go in peace. I let the leaves fall." His heart was light. That night, he wrote in his diary with a trembling pen, "Letting go is not a loss. It's a return." Winter comes quickly. The snow covered the mountains white. The maple tree is completely bare. The monk said he looked lonely and ugly. But Hugh Tam still sits under the tree every day, watching the weak branches rise to the gray sky. He saw strength in that nakedness, a silent surrender without resistance, without complaining. Trees don't need leaves to prove they're alive. It lives by deep roots in the mother soil, by the belief in the endless cycle. Spring comes like a miracle. One morning in March, Hugh Tam woke up early and ran out into the yard. Young green shoots have sprouted on each dry branch. They are tiny, soft, but full of living resin. He knelt down, tears rolling down his face. Eventually, what we release will return, but only if we stop clinging. Since then, every autumn, little Hugh Tom sits under the tree, letting the yellow leaves fall all over his shoulders, letting the wind collect and sing the impermanent song. He was no longer afraid of death, no longer afraid of loss. He understands that everything is a leaf, born, green, yellow, falling, decaying, nourishing the soil, and then becoming a sapling again. Only the tree is unchanging, like the heart sky that Mr. Yun Men once showed Uncle Min Kong in the past. From the stroke of Mrs. Jinglian's broom, sweeping leaves for 30 years without leaving the present, to the clouds dissipating so that Uncle Xiaoming didn't see the empty sky, to the fire sword of Wen Hui slashing Hui Ming's side on the 5 mountains, to the hand of the mother at the Koyue restaurant, letting go of the phone to hold her son's hand tightly in the middle of the smell of black filter coffee. The path of Zen enlightenment still drifts quietly back to everyday life, as close as an old maple tree outside the wall of Vanfong Monastery on the top of Huangshan, where yellow leaves fall not to die, but to make room for young shoots. Sword Wen Fei cut the illusion to see the legs like, brush the leaves to see the present, a mother's hand holding her child's hand to see the precious moment. Now, a leaf falls to teach letting go, not to lose, but to return. From modern distractions to ancient golden leaves, all of them are sophisticated demon forces that cover the sky of the heart. What to let go to see? To see that spring will return, to see the jewel of Buddha nature that is available, to see that the present is shining brightly in front of our eyes. Part 1. Under the Maple Tree, letting go of leaves to welcome spring. Vanfong Monastery is located on the top of Huangshan Mountain, where the clouds wrap around like the silk shawls of the Buddhas, where the sound of the morning and evening prayers blends with the sound of the wind like an impermanent song, where every stone paving the meditation grounds bears the footprints of thousands of monks who have walked through it. From the 6 ancestors of Hu Nang to the unknown monks of the dynasty Sugar. The moss-green stone walls are taller than a person's head, covered with golden lichens like ancient scriptures. The 3 gates are made of shiny ironwood, engraved with the 4 words Yun Feng Tu, presented by Emperor Kangxi himself. Inside, the 7-story bell tower leans down to the summer lotus lake, where the lotus blooms fragrantly like the incense of wisdom. Outside the north wall, where few people frequent, there was an old maple tree about 300 years old, more than 10 staves high, with a shaggy trunk like the skin of an ancient elephant, and its roots rising to the ground like sleeping dragons. No one remembers who planted it. There is an old monk who said that it was the Buddha who sowed the seeds when he was wandering in China. Another laughed. It's just a flying wind particle, but the wind is also a Buddha. Every autumn, its leaves are as bright as thousands of gold coins falling from the sky, illuminating the meditation grounds so much that young monks have to squint their eyes when sweeping the leaves, stop their brooms and contemplate. It's so impermanent. That year was the 14th year of the Tang dynasty. Wars broke out everywhere. The people were scattered, and the villages were burned to ashes. One late autumn afternoon, with a bitterly cold wind, the 15-year-old little Hugh Tom sat under a maple tree, his heart full of confusion, like a black cloud coming from the west. He was a warring orphan, picked up by the Abbot von Duke from the ashes of a burned village at the foot of the mountain. At the age of 7, he was ordained, with a round head and a square robe, unusually intelligent. He memorized the Vajrayana Sutra since he was 10 years old, sat in meditation for a day without moving, and swept the meditation field faster than the monks who were twice as old. The villagers under the mountain said, "This child must have been a high monk reborn in his previous life." But it was Master Yunde, an old monk in his 80s, eyes as bright as stars, and a beard as white as snow, who entrusted him with the strangest work in his life. What are you clinging to that you are no longer alive? Hugh Tam tried everything to answer. He went to the cave behind the mountain to meditate for 3 days and 3 nights without eating or sleeping, only drinking the morning dew on the leaves. The uncle chanted Ling Yim 108 and turned hoarse all over his neck. He knelt in front of the Amitabha Buddha statue in the main hall, crying and begging for enlightenment so much that tears soaked the brick floor. He even fasted for 7 days, only drinking spring water, and dreamed that the Buddha ancestor rubbed his head and said, "Let go." But when he woke up, the answer was still as silent as a stone. I was really scared, afraid that we are stupid, afraid that we are not worthy of being a disciple of the Buddha, afraid that our whole life of cultivation will be just an empty shell on the outside, and still full of greed and anger on the inside. Every night, he lay on the hardwood bed in the small room, listening to the wind whistling through the crack of the door, his heart aching like a knife. Why are other monks enlightened so easily? Why am I the only one lost? That afternoon, it was dark early because of the dark clouds. Hugh Tam ran to the stump of the maple tree, as if running away from herself. He sat cross-legged on the green stone, his eyes closed, trying to meditate. The autumn wind began to blow strongly, bringing the cold from the highest peak of Wangshan. Suddenly, an amber leaf, bordered as red as fresh blood, swirled a few times in the wind and gently landed on the palm of the little boy who was holding it in front of his chest. Hu Tam was startled and opened her eyes. The leaf was as delicate as paper. The veins were as clear as the meridians of a human hand, but it had completely yellowed, and there was no trace of life left. It is strangely beautiful, breathtakingly beautiful as the last verse of autumn. But it is clear that it is dead, has left the branch, has finished the cycle. He looked up at the maple tree. The tree was still standing, majestic like a tall monk in concentration, gradually naked each branch, but there was no sign of pain. Not a branch withers with regret, not a scratch because of resistance. He just quietly dropped what had once been his glory, the leaves that had been green all summer, shading generations of meditative monks. Other leaves fall. Then there are other leaves. They fell like iridescent golden rain, covering the meditation ground, covering his blue robe, covering even the tears that were rolling down Hutam's cheeks. He suddenly felt that his eyes were stinging, and his throat was choked as if someone had squeezed him. How many years of cultivation, so much meditation, now disappear before a falling leaf? He hugged the amber leaf and ran to the master, knelt down on the cold wooden floor. Teacher, why does the tree drop its most beautiful things? Those leaves used to be the glory of the tree, used to feed the tree during the long summer, used to be a roof for many people to meditate. Now the tree lets go of them without pain, without regrets. The old monk Yunduk was sitting at the small tea table, and the teacup of Longjang was still smoking. After listening, he just smiled gently, put the teacup down on the shiny ironwood table, and the sound of the cup touching the wood sounded like a small bell. Because he believes in cycles, son, he knew spring would return. He knew that those yellow leaves had to fall to rot to feed the soil, for the roots to absorb nutrients, so that the next season's young shoots could sprout green and bloom. It creates space by freeing up. If the plant clings to the yellow leaves, spring will have no place for greenery. Hutam was dumbfounded, sitting silently on the floor. He remembered what he had been clinging to for many years. The memory of the village that was burned black, the cry of his mother in the red fire, the pain of losing his parents at the age of 7, the fear of not enlightenment, the dream of becoming a famous monk like Mr. Huyen Trang in the old days when he went to Taitruk to pray. They are all gold leaves, beautiful in memory, sparkling in dreams, but long dead, long gone from the present. They are just a burden, a chain that binds the mind to the past, preventing the shoots of wisdom from sprouting. That night, Huitam did not sleep. He sat by the small window, looking at the moon hanging on the top of Huangshan, looking at the golden leaves still falling outside the meditation field. He whispered to himself, "Let go. Let go." The next day, the sky was rare blue. Huitam returned to the stump of the maple tree early in the morning. The wind was still blowing, softer than yesterday. Another leaf fell into his hands. This time, he didn't hold it tightly. He whispered as if to his best friend, "Thank you for feeding the plants all summer long. Thank you for shading generations of monks. Now, go in peace. Let the rot feed the soil. Let's go back to the tree the other way." Hugh Tam tried everything to answer. He went to the cave behind the mountain to meditate for 3 days and 3 nights without eating or sleeping, only drinking the morning dew on the leaves. The uncle chanted Ling Yiem 108 and turned hoarse all over his neck. He knelt in front of the Amitabha Buddha statue in the main hall, crying and begging for enlightenment so much that tears soaked the brick floor. He even fasted for 7 days, only drinking spring water, and dreamed that the Buddha ancestor rubbed his head and said, "Let go." But when he woke up, the answer was still as silent as a stone. I was really scared, afraid that we are stupid, afraid that we are not worthy of being a disciple of the Buddha, afraid that our whole life of cultivation will be just an empty shell on the outside and still full of greed and anger on the inside. Every night, he lay on the hardwood bed in the small room, listening to the wind whistling through the crack of the door, his heart aching like a knife. Why are other monks enlightened so easily? Why am I the only one lost? That afternoon, it was dark early because of the dark clouds. Hugh Tam ran to the stump of the maple tree as if running away from herself. He sat cross-legged on the green stone, his eyes closed, trying to meditate. The autumn wind began to blow strongly, bringing the cold from the highest peak of Huangshan. Suddenly, an amber leaf, bordered as red as fresh blood, swirled a few times in the wind and gently landed on the palm of the little boy who was holding it in front of his chest. Hu Tam was startled and opened her eyes. The leaf was as delicate as paper. The veins were as clear as the meridians of a human hand, but it had completely yellowed, and there was no trace of life left. It is strangely beautiful, breathtakingly beautiful as the last verse of autumn. but it is clear that it is dead, has left the branch, has finished the cycle. He looked up at the maple tree. The tree was still standing, majestic like a tall monk in concentration, gradually naked each branch, but there was no sign of pain. Not a branch withers with regret, not a scratch because of resistance. He just quietly dropped what had once been his glory. The leaves that had been green all summer, shading generations of meditative monks. Other leaves fall. Then there are other leaves. They fell like iridescent golden rain, covering the meditation ground, covering his blue robe, covering even the tears that were rolling down Hutam's cheeks. He suddenly felt that his eyes were stinging and his throat was choked as if someone had squeezed him. How many years of cultivation, so much meditation, now disappear before a falling leaf? He hugged the amber leaf and ran to the master, knelt down on the cold wooden floor. "Teacher!" Why does the tree drop its most beautiful things? Those leaves used to be the glory of the tree, used to feed the tree during the long summer, used to be a roof for many people to meditate. Now the tree lets go of them without pain, without regrets. The old monk Yunduk was sitting at the small tea table, and the teacup of Longzheng was still smoking. After listening, he just smiled gently, put the teacup down on the shiny ironwood table, and the sound of the cup touching the wood sounded like a small bell. Because he believes in cycles, son. He knew spring would return. He knew that those yellow leaves had to fall to rot to feed the soil, for the roots to absorb nutrients so that the next season's young shoots could sprout green and bloom. It creates space by freeing up. If the plant clings to the yellow leaves, spring will have no place for greenery. Hutam was dumbfounded, sitting silently on the floor. He remembered what he had been clinging to for many years. The memory of the village that was burned black, the cry of his mother in the red fire, the pain of losing his parents at the age of 7, the fear of not enlightenment, the dream of becoming a famous monk like Mr. Huyen Trong in the old days when he went to Taitruk to pray. They are all gold leaves, beautiful in memory, sparkling in dreams, but long dead, long gone from the present. They are just a burden, a chain that binds the mind to the past, preventing the shoots of wisdom from sprouting. That night, Hui Tam did not sleep. He sat by the small window, looking at the moon hanging on the top of Wangshan, looking at the golden leaves still falling outside the meditation field. He whispered to himself, "Let go, let go." The next day, the sky was rare blue. Hui Tam returned to the stump of the maple tree early in the morning. The wind was still blowing, softer than yesterday. Another leaf fell into his hands. This time, he didn't hold it tightly. He whispered as if to his best friend, "Thank you for feeding the plants all summer long. Thank you for shading generations of monks. Now go in peace. Let the rot feed the soil. Let's go back to the tree the other way." I let the leaves fall. The wind swept the leaves away, landed in the lotus lake in the distance, floating like a small golden boat. His heart suddenly lightened, as if he had relieved 1,000 pounds of burden. He sat in meditation under the tree for 3 hours. For the first time, there were no more miscellaneous thoughts, no more fear. When the sun was high, he stood up, bowed to the maple tree 3 times, and then returned to his chamber. That night, he wrote in his diary with a trembling pen, the ink spreading like tears. Letting go is not a loss. It's back. Return to the motherland. Return to the present. Return to the spring that awaits. Winter comes as fast as a sword blow. The snow fell white on the mountains, covering the Yunfeng monastery like a pure white robe. The maple tree was completely bare, only the branches reaching out to the gray sky like bony arms clasped together, chanting the Buddha. The monks passing by all shook their heads. The tree looks so lonely. It's so ugly. This autumn it was so yellow. Now there are only dry skeletons. Some young monks even suggested cutting down the tree and planting another tree that was younger and greener. But Huitam still sits under the tree every day, even though the snow is wet, even though the cold wind cuts his skin. He sat there, watching the bare branches reach into the sky, at the snow on the floating roots, and saw the real strength, a silent surrender, no resistance, no complaining, no leaves to prove that he was alive. The tree lives with deep roots in the Mother Earth, with faith in the endless cycle of heaven and earth. The plant does not need to prove anything. It's just present. Spring came like the biggest miracle in Hugh Tam's life. One morning in March, when the elaborate bell had just ended, he woke up earlier than usual and ran out to the meditation field without having time to put on his warm clothes. The snow had melted, the Mother Earth was damp, and the rotten smell of the old year's golden leaves rose up with a strange aroma. Hugh Tam stood dumbfounded in front of the maple tree. Green shoots have sprung up on each dry branch, tiny, soft as the fingers of a child, but full of living resin, sparkling with morning dew like 1,000 small jewels. They are rising, catching the early sun, singing the song of rebirth. Hugh Tam knelt down on her mother's ground, tears rolling down the green stone floor. Last, what we release will come back. Painful memories will rot and feed the earth. Dreams of fame will fall to make room for wisdom. Only when we stop clinging will spring come. Since then, every autumn, little Hugh Tam, now an 18-year-old boy, tall and bright with eyes as bright as stars, sits under the maple tree, letting the yellow leaves fall all over his shoulders, letting the wind collect and sing the impermanent song. He was no longer afraid of death, no longer afraid of loss, no longer afraid of not enlightenment. He understood that everything is a leaf, born from the Mother Earth, green for one season, yellow for one season, falling, decaying, feeding the soil, and then sprouts again. Only the tree is immutable, like the heart sky that Mr. Cow Yunmen once pointed out to Xiao Mingkong in the past. When the clouds dissolve, the sky appears. When the leaves fall, spring comes. Many years later, when Hu Tam had become a high monk, every time a new uncle was confused by the work, he took out the stump of the maple tree and told him to sit there for an autumn. And many generations of monks have enlightened under that tree, with just a fallen leaf. Because letting go is not a loss. Letting go is returning. Return to the present. Back to the golden spring in front of you, right now, right here. And every time you see the yellow leaves falling, remember the maple tree outside the wall of the Yunfeng Monastery. Let go. Spring awaits. From the golden leaf that fell under the maple tree to teach to let go to welcome spring, to the broom that Mrs. Tin Lien swept the leaves without leaving the present, to the clouds that melted so that Min Kong could see the sky of her heart, to the fire sword that Van Hu slashed down, to the hand of the mother who let go of the phone to hold her child's hand. All of them are jewels on the Indra net. Each reflector, each moment contains the entire Dharma, and each tiny grain of sand contains 3,000 great heavenly worlds. Letting go of the leaves to see the trees, letting go of the clouds to see the sky, letting go of the fall to see the Buddha. Now, letting go of the individual me, to see the endless net of pearls. A grain of sand is no longer a grain of sand. A little uncle is no longer a little uncle. One breath contains the whole universe breathing. Indra Jade Net, a grain of sand containing 3,000 worlds. Hugh Tam had just turned 20 years old. The summer that year was as hot as hellfire, and the Yunfeng Monastery was immersed in the sound of ticks from morning to night. The maple tree outside the wall has been green again after spring. The young leaves are now thick, spreading out like Buddha's hands, shading the whole corner of the northern meditation ground. One hot afternoon, when the red sun hung on the top of Huang San like a fireball about to fall, the old monk Yunduk suddenly called Hui Tam into the chamber. The master's room is hidden behind the main hall. The roof is mossy tiles. The ironwood door has rotted at a corner. Inside there is only a small tea table, a sandalwood guanyin statue, and a faint smell of frankincense for 100 years. The old monk sat cross-legged on the old pedestal, his eyes half closed, and his hand holding the teacup of longjang was still smoking. In front of him was a thick sutra. The goatskin cover was torn, and the corners of the scroll were distorted by time and rainwater seeping through the tile roof. He opened his eyes, looked at Huixin with eyes as deep as a bottomless lake, and then pushed the sutra towards his uncle. This is the Flower Sutra, a manuscript from the Tang Dynasty, translated by Shu Xiaonanda himself. Read on. Read slowly. Read like drinking tea. Drink it one sip at a time, so that the taste of the tea penetrates to the bone marrow. Huixin respectfully accepted, his hands trembling with the weight of the sutra, not only heavy because of the paper, but heavy because it contained the whole universe. He opened the first page on the spot, under the candlelight creeping in the chamber. Just one line overwhelmed him, as if he had been struck by lightning in the top of his head. At that time, the Buddha sat under the Bodhi tree at the Majjhita ashram, magnifying the light shining in all 10 directions of the world, making the infinite realms of the Buddhas appear in an instant. He read it with his heart pounding, as if listening to the sound of drums echoing from 3,000 worlds. That night, he didn't sleep. He took the sutra and sat under the maple tree, under the silver moonlight, and read it until the rooster crowed at the end of the year. Since then, for 3 months in the summer, Hui Tam sat under the maple tree every day from the time of the rat to the hour of the horse, only taking a break to eat a meal of vegetables and chant in the afternoon. He read slowly as his master had instructed, reading like drinking tea. Every sentence, every word seeped into his heart. One day I read the passage, "A microcosm containing countless Buddha realms." He had to stop and hug his chest because his heart was beating too hard. One day, when he read the passage, "One thought contains 3,000 worlds," he burst into tears in the middle of the meditation field. Tears fell on the sutra, blurring the ink. One late summer afternoon, when the ticks were silent and the wind began to blow from the north, Master Von Duck called him into the room again. He was still sitting there. The teacup was still smoking, but the sutra was now in Huitam's hands. And the corners of the book had worn out because he had read it countless times. "What do you see in the sutra?" he asked, his voice as light as the breeze. Huitam knelt down, her hands clasped in front of her chest, and hesitated for a long time before she dared to say, "Teacher?" "I saw an endless net hanging on the Dowly Heaven Palace of Emperor Thich. At each grid node is a shining jewel. Each jewel mirrors all the other jewels. One pill contains the other contains this pill. None of them are individual. None of them stand alone. All are one. One is everything." Master Yunduk nodded slowly, a smile appearing on his lips as dry as autumn leaves. "That's right. It was Indra's net. A moment of insight contains the whole of Dharma. A grain of sand contains 3,000 great heavenly worlds. A thought contains countless lifetimes. I've seen it." Huixin was stunned, as if he had just been hit by a diamond mace. He looked down at the meditation ground outside the door of the chamber, looking at a tiny grain of sand that sparkled in the last sunset of summer. Just one grain of sand contains the whole universe? He knelt down, picked up the grain of sand with trembling fingers, and held it up in front of him. The grain of sand is transparent, sparkling in 7 colors like a small jewel. He put it on the tip of his tongue. Salty. Salty like the tears of sentient beings. Salty like the endless sea. Salty like the sweat of parents for many lifetimes. Since then, every early morning, when the elaborate bell still echoes in the mist of Huangsan, Huitam has gone to the meditation field, picked up a small grain of sand, sat flat under the maple tree, and visualized. Cursed in. In this grain of sand, there is the towering Mount Tu Yi. There are the 4 continents of the world with countless sentient beings. There are parents who are suffering for many lives in samsara. There are Buddhas smiling on the lotus. There are hot and cold hells. There are hungry demons. There are Atulas fighting. There is the heaven of Tao Li enjoying pleasure. And there is the pure land of Amitabha radiating. He felt that he was no longer a little uncle, no longer a warlike orphan Hu Tam, but the whole universe sitting in meditation under a maple tree. Every breath in, the universe breathes in. Every breath out, the universe breathes out. Every moment, 3,000 worlds were born and destroyed in the palm of his hand. One beautiful day in September, the maple leaves began to turn yellow. Hu Tam was sitting under a tree when the disciple Min Kong, the cousin of Xiao Min Kong in the past, now 13 years old, with a round face and bright eyes, as smart as Hui Tam in the past, ran over, sat down next to him. "Brother, what are you doing? Holding a grain of sand again. What is so good about the grain of sand that you are so fascinated by?" Hui Tam smiled and put the grain of sand on Min Kong's palm. "In this grain of sand, there is your whole world. There was even disciple Min Kong sitting here. There was Master Yun Duck drinking tea in the room, and there was even this maple tree that was shedding its yellow leaves." Min Kong looked at the grain of sand with wide eyes, and then looked at Hui Tam like a fairy. "Really, brother? Why don't you see anything?" Hu Tam laughed loudly, and the laughter echoed in the corner of the meditation field. "Because you're looking with your own eyes. Look at it with wise eyes. Listen to me tell you about the Bodhisattva, good talented pupil Sudhana in the Lotus Sutra." Then Hu Tam said, "The story is as intoxicating as the flowing Huangshan stream. It tells the story of the 11-year-old boy Sudhana, who was taught by the Bodhisattva Manjushri Ri, who began a journey of 53 years, meeting 52 wise beings. The first was the monk Yun Tu Tai, who taught about the wisdom of the paramita. The second is the monk Duke Van, who teaches almsgiving. Then there was the flower girl in Bhikshali, who taught about the power of compassion. Then came the unknown king in another country, teaching about immorality. Then came the beggar on the side of the road, teaching patience. Then came the sailors on the seas, teaching perseverance. Then there was the child herding buffalo by the Ganges, teaching about meditation. Each of the wise beings is a jewel on the Indra grid, mirroring all the others. No one is taller than anyone. No one is lower than anyone. The king is also the teacher, the beggar is also the teacher, and the children are also the teacher." Finally, Sudhana met the Bodhisattva Puhian on Thanluang Mountain. Puhian only said a single sentence, as brief as a bell: "The path is endless. Practice is vision. The vision is you." Min Kong finished listening. His eyes lit up like two stars in the night sky. "Brother, so can you also go find a teacher? I also want to travel all over the world, meet 52 good and knowledgeable beings, and then meet the Bodhisattva Puhian." Hu Tam put his hand on his disciple's shoulder, smiling as gentle as the autumn wind. "Don't go far, Min Kong. He is right here. In this grain of sand, in that falling maple leaf, in this breath, in your smile, in every tear of sentient beings. Every child I meet is a good intellectual. Every moment I live is an ashram. The main child is Sudhana. I am Puxian. The Indra jade net does not hang in the sky of the Daoloi. It hangs right in my lap." Min Kong was dumbfounded, and then suddenly burst into tears. Clear tears fell on the grain of sand on Hu Tam's hand. The grain of sand sparkled, as if containing the whole sea. It was like containing an endless net of pearls. Since then, the two brothers have sat under a maple tree every day, each holding a grain of sand and visualizing 3,000 worlds. The maple tree witnessed. Huangshan Mountain witnessed. The clouds of the yellow mountains wrapped around like the shawls of the Buddhas were also witnessed. And in every grain of sand, countless Buddhas are smiling. Many years later, when Hu Xin had become a high monk, every time a new uncle asked about the Flower Sutra, he led him to the meditation field, picked up a grain of sand, put it on the tip of his tongue, and said, "Taste it, salty or not?" The little uncle tasted it and nodded. "Salty stomach, sir." He laughed. "That's the taste of the sea. That's the taste of the Indra jade net. It's your own taste. and the little enlightened uncle. For one grain of sand contains 3,000 worlds. A thought contains countless lifetimes. A smile contains the entire Dharma. The Indra jade net is not far away. It's right here, right now. In this breath, in this grain of sand, in your beating heart. Pick up a grain of sand, place on the tip of your tongue. Taste it. Salty or not? That is the Buddha. From the golden leaf that fell to teach us to let go to welcome spring, from the small grain of sand containing 3,000 worlds on the Indra net, from the broom that Mrs. Tinlian swept the present, from the dissolved clouds, so that Ming Kong could see the heavens and minds. All of them were the skillful means of the Buddhas. Nothing is fake. Only compassion appears in all forms. When it is the sword of fire that Von Hai slashes down, when it is the hand of the mother who let go of the phone to hold the hand of the child, when it is the illusory city in the middle of the golden Gobi desert, when it is the white light in the meditation hall, sometimes it is the sound of moo echoing in the head. Don't cling to the destination. The destination is the road. Don't hold on to the illusion. Illusion is compassion that leads you forward. Cheer when you see the magnificent city, drink cool water, rest under the lush trees, and walk on the hot sand with a smile the next morning. Because the desert is still long, and the real oasis waiting on the horizon never comes. The city of illusions, a compassionate vehicle in the desert. Hugh Tam had just turned 25 years old, and the autumn of that year came earlier than every year. The maple leaves outside the walls of the Yunfeng monastery had not yet had time to turn yellow, but they were blown away by the cold wind from the western region. The monastery was preparing for the Vulan ceremony when a group of more than 30 pilgrims from the western region suddenly appeared in front of the gate of the three palaces. They rode tall camels, dark red robes covered with golden sand, black sunburned noses, and deep eyes like ancient wells in the middle of the desert. The group of people silently entered the meditation field, bowed their heads to the Buddha statue, and then quietly sat down under the old Bodhi tree in the main hall. The leader was an old monk, Dharma named Huyen Trang. Not the famous Tang Tang monk who prayed to Chang'an in the past, but another monk with the same Dharma name, from the Dai Tuan Pagoda in Dunhuang, who had passed through the Gobi Desert 17 times. His feet had calluses as thick as camel skin. The old monk Huyen Trang was invited to the tea house by Master Yun Duk that very night. Hugh Tam was allowed to serve tea, sitting quietly in the corner of the room, his eyes not taking off the old monk's thin and scarred hands. Those hands used to hold the Buddhist sutra, used to hold a camel whip, and used to dig sand to bury a thirsty comrade in the middle of the road. As soon as the long zheng tea was poured, the old monk opened his mouth. His voice was hoarse like the sandy wind. The Gobi Desert is not dead land. It is a sea of living sand. Cat sings, sand breathes. Sand kills. Sand saves people. Master Yunduk smiled, raised the cup of tea, and invited. The old monk took a deep breath and then said, "The story was as intoxicating as an underground stream under the sand suddenly erupted. It tells the story of merchant groups from Chuang'an to the western region to trade in pearls, silk, and Buddhism. Tell about the nights when camels roar because of the demons of the desert. Tell about the days when the sun burned the skin, the drinking water ran out at the bottom of the gourd, and the lips cracked like dry soil. And tell about the illusory cities that appear in the middle of the golden desert, the mirage of the Buddhas. Once our group went forever without seeing the oasis. It's been 7 days without water. Dead camels stand in the middle of the road like stone statues. People fall down one by one. I recite Guanyin to save suffering to the point of hoarseness." Suddenly on the horizon appeared a magnificent city. A jade wall 10 staves high, a golden gate carved with dragons and phoenixes, a 7-story bell tower sparkling in the sun, a fountain that spewed as high as a waterfall, a lush garden with ripe red fruits, and a lotus lake blooming fragrantly. We cheer like crazy, forget about tiredness, forget about thirst. Running to the place, the city was still there, clearly. We drink cool water from the fountain, eat sweet fruits, and sleep under the shade of cool trees. Some people even bathe in the lotus lake, laughing like children. The next morning I woke up, only sand remains. The golden sand is immense. The city disappeared as if it never existed. But strangely, everyone got better. Rosy complexion, bright eyes, strong legs. We'll go another 10 days to get to the real oasis. If it weren't for that illusory city, the whole party would have dried up in the middle of the desert long ago. Hugh Tam sat and listened, his heart pounding. He remembered the times he thought he had enlightened for the past 10 years. For the first time, at the age of 18, I sat meditating under a maple tree for 3 days without eating or sleeping. Suddenly, I saw a dazzling white light radiating from the top of my head, illuminating the whole meditation field, listening to the echoes of heavenly music, thinking that I had become an arahant. When he woke up, he was still a stupid little uncle, still sweeping the yard, still cooking rice, and still being scolded by his brother for dropping the bowl. The second time, when he was 20 years old, he was reading the Flower Sutra, when he suddenly heard the sound of moo echoing in his head like thunder, shaking the whole three heavens, thinking that he had destroyed ignorance. Waking up, still lost, still suspicious, still afraid of death. For the third time, at the age of 23, he dreamed that Shakyamuni Buddha appeared. His golden hand rubbed his head and said, good ears, I have enlightened." When he woke up, his tears were in his eyes, and he ran to tell the master, and the master just laughed. Dream or really? Every time I thought I had reached my destination. Every time I wake up, I find myself still trudging in the desert to practice. The sun burns my skin, my neck is dry, and the elaborate camels are dying by the side of the road. That night, when the group of guests had slept under the veranda of the meditation hall, Huitam secretly followed the old monk Huyen Trang, who was sitting alone by the lotus lake, watching the moon reflect the water. He knelt down, his voice trembling. "Teacher, are those illusory cities fake? Is the desert demon deceiving people? So are the moments when you think you have enlightenment, the white light, the sound of moo, the dream of the Buddha rubbing your head, also fake?" The old monk Xuanzang looked at him for a long time. His eyes were as deep as two ancient wells in the middle of the desert, and then laughed loudly, and the laughter echoed throughout the sleeping monastery. "Fake? It's not fake, son. Be compassionate. It is the skillful means of the Buddhas appearing to save sentient beings in the midst of the desert of suffering. The Buddha once said in the Lotus Sutra, 'I use infinite means to guide sentient beings.' Sometimes the hell is hot and cold, so you are afraid to cultivate. Maybe there is a Daoloi heaven for you to be happy and advance. Sometimes there is an illusory city in the middle of the desert so that the merchants die of thirst to regain their strength. It's all a dream, but a dream is real. Dream of saving people. Dream leads the way. If there is no dream, who would dare to continue in this endless desert?" Hugh Tam sat silently by the lotus lake, tears rolling down the surface of the lake, creating countless waves rolling like an Indra jade net. He remembered the words of Master Von Duke once taught, "The destination is not far away. The destination is the road." Remembering the words of the Huayan Sutra, one moment contains 3,000 worlds. Remember the golden leaf that fell under the maple tree. Letting go is not a loss, but a return. Now he understands another layer. The moments of enlightenment are not the destination, but the illusory oasis in the middle of the desert. It is compassionate, cool water. It is the sweet fruit of the Buddhas. It is the shade of a cool tree to rest your feet. Don't cling to them. Don't think you've arrived. Drink water, eat fruit, get a deep sleep, and walk on the hot sand the next morning with a smile. Since then, every time Hugh Tam sat in meditation and had a deep experience, he no longer clung to it. Once, while contemplating the grains of sand under the maple tree, he suddenly saw his whole body dissolve into light to light, flying up to the heavens palace to listen to Maitreya lecture. He smiled in meditation. Thank you for the illusory city. Now I'm going on. Once, while sweeping the yard, he suddenly heard the sound of moo echoing throughout the three great heavens and worlds, shaking 2D Mountain. He stopped his broom and bowed his head. Thank you, Oasis, for your compassion. Now I'm sweeping the yard. Once, while cooking rice in the kitchen, he suddenly saw the Buddha ancestor appear and rub his head, saying, I have enlightened. He laughed out loud in the middle of the smoke stove. Thank you for a beautiful dream. Now I wash the rice again. The old monk Xuanzang stayed at Yunfeng Monastery for exactly 7 days, teaching them the desert verses, the vast golden desert. The city is now in the middle of nowhere. Drink water and forget thirst to die. Bright sand is still pink. Compassion shows an illusion, leading people through suffering. Don't ask real questions or dreams. Just move on quickly. On the day the delegation departed, Hu Tam saw off the 3 gates. The old monk Xuanzang put his hand on his uncle's head and whispered, My desert is still very long. The illusory city will appear again and again. Don't stop walking. Don't cling. Don't think you've arrived. The real oasis is every step on the hot sand. The camels disappeared in the clouds of Huangshan. Hui Tam stood silent for a long time, then returned to the meditation field, picked up a broom and swept the fallen maple leaves. The autumn wind blows coolly. A golden leaf landed on his shoulder. He smiled. Thank you, illusory city. Now I'm going on. Many years later, when Hui Tam had become a high monk, every time an uncle told him about his enlightenment experience, seeing the light, hearing the sound of moo, dreaming of the Buddha rubbing his head, he just laughed, led to the stump of the maple tree, and told the story of the illusory city in the middle of the Gobi Desert. Then he said, Drink water. Eat the fruit. Get some sleep. When I wake up tomorrow morning, the sand is still yellow and the desert is still long, but my legs are stronger. The next step, and the little enlightened uncle. Because on the path of cultivation, there is no destination. Only the means of compassion appear in all forms. Sometimes it is a falling golden leaf. Sometimes it is a grain of sand that contains the universe. Sometimes it is a magnificent city in the middle of the desert. It's all a dream. But the dream saves people. Dream leads the way. Cheer when you see the illusory city. Drink cool water. Eat sweet fruits. Sleep under the shade of trees. Tomorrow morning, he woke up and walked away with a smile. The desert is still long, but compassion is always ahead. Thank you, illusory city. Now let's move on. From the falling golden leaf teaching, to let go to welcome spring, from the small grain of sand containing 3,000 worlds on the Indra grid, from the illusory city in the middle of the golden Gobi Desert that leads people to continue with skillful compassion, from the broom that Mrs. Tinlian swept the present, from the dissolved clouds to Minkong to see the heavens and minds. All of them are just a means of pointing directly to a truth. Unique, the jewel of Buddha nature, which was already available, sewn in the lining of each person's robes from time immemorial, but forgotten during many years of wandering and suffering. There is no need to go to Taitruk to pray. There is no need to meditate for 3 years under the Bodhi tree. There is no need to shout moo in the sky. There is no need to see the dazzling white light. Just rummage through the lining of your shirt. Touch the hard place that has rubbed your ribs for years. Open it and cry. Because the jewel is still there. The wealth is still there. The Buddha is still there. Right here. From the falling golden leaf teaching to let go to welcome spring, from the small grain of sand containing 3,000 worlds on the Indra grid, from the illusory city in the middle of the golden Gobi Desert, that leads people to continue with skillful compassion, from the broom that Mrs. Tinlian swept the present, from the dissolved clouds to Minkong to see the heavens and minds. All of them are just a means of pointing directly to a truth. Unique, the jewel of Buddha nature, which was already available, sewn in the lining of each person's robes from time immemorial, but forgotten during many years of wandering and suffering. There is no need to go to Tai Truc to pray. There is no need to meditate for 3 years under the Bodhi tree. There is no need to shout moo in the sky. There is no need to see the dazzling white light. Just rummage through the lining of your shirt. Touch the hard place that has rubbed your ribs for years. Open it and cry, because the jewel is still there. The wealth is still there. The Buddha is still there, right here. The jewel in the cloak, the forgotten Buddha nature. The winter of the 28-year-old Hui Tam arrived earlier than every year. Snow falls from the 10th lunar month, covering Wangshan Mountain like a pure white cloak of Guanyin Bodhisattva. Yunfeng Monastery was immersed in dense silence. Only the elaborate bell ringing in the middle of the night and the sound of the wind whistling through the door like the cry of a hungry and cold, hungry demon. The maple tree outside the wall had long been bare, and the branches were covered with white snow like bony arms holding hands to chant the Buddha in the cold winter. Hui Tam is now a young monk. The official name is Hui Tam, and he was allowed by Master Von Duck to live in a small room behind the meditation hall. It is only 3 square feet wide, with an ironwood table, an old pediment, a terracotta statue of Amitabha Buddha, and a small clay fireplace. Every evening, after the evening prayers, Hui Tam sat and meditated to the 3rd watch, the breath shop, the sand grain shop, the illusion city shop, all the things he had learned over the past 10 years. But the more he watched, the more uneasy his heart became. The more I meditate, the more I feel that I am far away from the Buddha. The more I read the sutras, the more I feel stupid. One night, he sat down and numbed his legs. Tears rolled down his face. Why is it so easy for others to enlighten? Why am I alone, still lost in the middle of the desert, still poor in the midst of riches? On the night of the 20th of December, the snow fell as thickly as thousands of white petals falling from the sky. The north wind whistled like a wolf howling in the deep forest. Hu Tam was meditating in the posture of an old man, his eyes closed, his breathing steady like an underground stream, when he suddenly heard a faint knock on the door. 3 hours. Then shut up. He was startled and opened his eyes, thinking he had misheard. But the knocking sounded again, this time accompanied by a dry cough, as if it was about to stop breathing. Huixin hurriedly opened the door. A gust of wind and snow rushed in, bone-chilling to the bone. In front of the door of the chamber, under the light of the climbing oil lamp, a trembling beggar stood there. His clothes were torn like a leech's nest, patched up layer by layer. His hair and ears were shaggy and white with snow. His bare feet were purple from the cold, and his thin hands hugged his body as if holding a pile of bones. His mouth stammered, "Ask! Ask for some fire! Ask for some rice! I'm dying." Huixin didn't say a word, hurriedly helped him into the room, and closed the wind and snow door tightly. He took the warmest robe and put it on him, burned more wood in the fireplace, and the fire burned bright red and illuminated the whole small room. Then he ran to the public kitchen, cooked a pot of fragrant 8 rice porridge with some vegetables and sesame salt. A simple dish of the temple, but on a winter night like this, it was more precious than the taste of seafood. He brought back a bowl of hot porridge, helped the beggar sit up, and put every spoonful. The beggar devoured, the porridge spilled over the corners of his mouth, and his cloudy eyes gradually brightened. After eating, he breathed a sigh of relief, looked at Hu Tam with a smile distorted because of the loss of his front teeth. Good ears. Good ears. The master saved my life. I came here from Dunhuang, lost my way in the snow, thinking that tonight I must be a demon under the maple tree. Hu Tam folded his hands. Poor monks only do what they have to do. Our teachers and students are all guests in the world. How can we see that we die without saving? The beggar looked at him for a long time, his eyes suddenly shining strangely, like two jewels hidden under the dust of time. He sat up straight, his voice suddenly clear, and he no longer stammered. Do you know, I used to be a rich merchant in Chang'an. The high-rise building was 3 stories wide. Gold and silver were full of warehouses. Horses and carriages were like water, and servants were like clouds. I trade silk from Suzhou to the western region, and jade from Hedian to Dunhuang. One night of a big fire, the fire from the nun kitchen spread, burning down the whole palace. His wife and children died in the fire. I only had time to escape with the shirt I was wearing. From then on, he wandered all over the world, begging for every meal, sleeping under a tree, suffering endlessly. For many years I have cursed heaven and earth, cursed the Buddha who has no eyes. Hu Tam sat still, his heart suddenly colder than the snow outside. He remembered the village that was burned down when he was 7, remembered his parents who died in the Red Fire, remembered that he had also cursed heaven and earth for many years. The beggar continued, his voice deep as if he was telling a fairy tale in the middle of a winter night. It wasn't until last year, when I was lying under a tree in the Gobi Desert, dying of thirst, that I suddenly remembered an old story. Before I left Chang'an for my last business, my best friend, an anonymous monk, sewed a priceless jewel into the lining of my garment. That jewel was an heirloom treasure, worth the entire city of Chang'an. He said, if one day you lose everything, go through your clothes and live. I laughed at him for being superstitious, and then forgot. After years of wandering in poverty, the jewel is still there, rubbing against my ribs with every step, but I don't know it. I rummaged through my shirt, opened the lining, and the bright jewel appeared. We sell jade. We buy houses, we buy fields, we buy everything. But I don't want to be rich anymore. I just want to find that friend to thank him. I traveled everywhere and finally found this Yunfeng monastery. And meet you. Hui Tam was cold when he listened, and his spine was prickly, as if someone had poured ice water on his neck. He remembered what Master Von Duck had said in the past. Buddha nature is like a jewel in a shirt. Everyone has it, but most of them forget it. He recalled years of practice, years of meditation, years of reading sutras, years of sandbars, years of cheering in front of the city of illusions, all just to find something outside, while the jewel was right here, rubbing against his ribs for years. He trembled and reached out and touched the hem of his blue robe. In the left corner of his shirt, near his heart, there was a small hard wrapper, which he thought was a patch that he had sewn wrongly. He rummaged out, his hands trembled, and opened the lining. A bright jewel appeared, illuminating the entire dark street. The blue light was as gentle as the light of the moon, like the eyes of the Buddha, like the light of compassion shining in all 10 directions. The jewel is as big as a chicken egg, transparent, and inside there is a picture of Amitabha Buddha sitting on the lotus, clear and clear. The beggar smiled, his eyes now as bright as stars. This is my Buddha nature. Everyone has it. All sentient beings have it, but most forget, wandering misery while wealth is rubbing against the ribs. I've been practicing for many years, looking for the Buddha out there, in the scriptures, in the canon, in the white light, in the sound of Mu, in the city of illusions. But the Buddha is right here, in the lining, in every breath, in every tear. Hu Tam knelt down on the cold wooden floor, hugged the jewel in his arms, and sobbed like an orphan looking for his parents. Tears fell on the jewel. The jewel became brighter, illuminating the whole chamber, illuminating the sleeping Yunfeng monastery, illuminating the snow-covered Huangshan mountain, illuminating the 3 great heavens of the world. The beggar stood up and opened the door of the chamber. The snow was still falling heavily. The wind was still whistling. He walked outside, his figure gradually dissolving into the white snow as if it had never existed. Only the faint smell of frankincense and the last whisper remain. The jewel has been yours since ancient times. Don't forget anymore. The door closed. Hugh Tom knelt in front of the jewel, crying all night, crying for years of ignorance, crying because of years of wandering, crying because of the years of looking for the Buddha out there, crying because he had finally found it, not in Chitras, not under the Bodhi tree, not on Tudi Mountain, but right here in the patchwork lining of his robe. The next morning, the snow stopped falling. Hugh Tam ran into Master Yun Day, knelt down, and took out the jewel. Master just smiled and put his hand on his head. I have sewn that jewel into your dress since you were 7. Have you forgotten? Hui Tam burst into tears again. Master hugged him in his arms, as if he was holding a lost child back. Since then, every time there is a new uncle lamenting, I can't find the Buddha forever, Hugh Tam will lead to the small room and protect the shirt. 90% found a small hard wrap at the hem of the shirt. Unfolded is a shining jewel, not a precious jewel, but a forgotten Buddha nature. And they cry, crying all night. Many years later, when Hui Tam became the abbot of Yunfeng Monastery, every winter when it snowed, he told the monks about the beggar. Then he said, go on your shirt. The jewel is right there. Don't wander anymore. And they increase their shirts, and they increase their crying, and they gain enlightenment. Because the Buddha is not far away. The Buddha is right here, in the lining, in every breath, in every tear, in each grain of sand, in each falling leaf, in each illusion city, in each stroke of the broom sweeping the yard. Look at your shirt, touching hard and hard places, rubbing ribs for many years. Unfold and cry. The jewel is still there. The Buddha is still there. The house is still there. It's just that you forgot. From the golden leaf that falls to teach you to let go to welcome spring. From the small grain of sand containing 3,000 worlds on the glittering Indra net. From the illusory city in the middle of the golden Gobi desert that leads people to continue with the cool water of compassion. From the forgotten jewel of Buddha nature in the lining of the robe patched together and rubbed against the ribs over the years. All of them are the way. It cleverly points directly to a unique truth. There is no gate to enter, no door to open, no Buddha nature to seek, no ignorance to destroy. There was only a sharp moo like a paper knife, slashing all dualistic notions, slashing both the questioner and the questioner, slashing both Jiao Zhou and the dog. Without. Not really. No? No. It's just moo. The gateless gate opens when you stop knocking. The moo language of Jiao Zhou, the gateless gate. The year Hu Tam had just turned 30 years old. The summer that year was as hot as a coal furnace in hell. The Vanfong Monastery was immersed in the sound of ticks from morning to night, like thousands of monks chanting non-stop. Master Yun Duk was in his 90s. His hair was as white as Huangshan's snow, and his eyes were as bright as the North Star. And he called Hu Xin into the tea house for the last time. He sat there, the cup of Longjeng tea still smoking. The Buddha nature jewel that he had sewn into his uncle's shirt in the past was now worn by Hui Xin as a priceless treasure. I've been here 23 years. It's time to travel. Let's go. Traveling all over the world. Go to a place where there is no longer a way to go. Go to Jiaozhou Temple in Hebei. There is an old man who is dying, but he has a sharper moo than the Wenshu knife. Come and ask him, does the dog have Buddha nature? Hugh Tam knelt down, tears rolling down her face. He remembered the first day his master picked him up from the ashes, the golden leaf that fell, the grain of salty sand on the tip of his tongue, the illusory city, the jewel in his shirt. Now, the master pushed him out into the street again. He bowed his head 3 times, and then quietly left the Yunfeng Monastery in a thick, foggy morning. He only carried a bowl, a patched robe, a bamboo stick, and a Buddha nature jewel on his left chest. The journey lasted 3 months. He walked through 13 provinces, slept under trees, ate meals at the host's house, and listened to all kinds of life stories. One day, passing through Chang'an, I saw that the city was still as prosperous as before. but his heart was as calm as the surface of the lake without ripples. One day, when he got lost in the middle of the deep forest, he met a hungry tiger. He just folded his hands and chanted moo for a while. The tiger turned his head and left. One day, sleeping by the graveyard, the demon appeared, and he laughed. Moo! The demon disappeared like a cloud of smoke. Finally, on a cold autumn afternoon, Tam went to the ancient Zhaozhou pagoda in Hebei. The pagoda is tiny, only a few dozen compartments. The earthen walls are variegated, the roof tiles are mossy. But the bell rings like moo, echoing throughout the three great heavens of the world. The villagers rumored that the abbot was 103 years old, deaf and blind. But every day he still sat on a rock outside the meditation ground, answering all questions with a moo. Tam entered the temple, bowed his head in front of the Buddha statue. A little uncle led him to meet the old monk. He sat there, on the green stone that had worn out because thousands of monks knelt in front of him. He was as thin as a stick of wood, his skin covered with bones, and his eyes were white, but his mouth was always smiling, as if he was keeping the greatest secret in the universe. Tam knelt down, folded his hands. Teacher, I came here from Yunfeng Huangshan. I have learned to let go of the golden leaf. I have tasted the grain of sand containing 3,000 worlds. I have drunk the water of the illusory city. I have found the jewel in my shirt. But I still don't know. Does the dog have Buddha nature? The old monk Zhaozhou looked at him for a long time. For a long time. It's like seeing through your 30 years of cultivation, through life to life, through the entire universe of the Indra grid. Then he spoke a single voice, short, sharp, neither big nor small, but echoing like thunder in the sky. Moo. Huixin was stunned. It was like being hit by a diamond mace on the top of the head. It was like being slashed by Wen Hui's knife. It was like falling from the top of Huang San into the bottomless abyss. He sat silently on the meditation floor until dark, his mind blank. What is moo? Without? Isn't it? Isn't it? Isn't it? No, no? I don't understand. He only saw a moo hanging in the middle of nowhere, cutting off all thoughts. That night, he asked to stay at the temple. The old monk nodded, still saying nothing but moo. Tam stayed for 10 years. 10 years of meditation on moo. In the first year, he sat in meditation in the meditation hall from the time of the rat to the hour of the horse, only saying moo. His head hurt like a hammer. He doubted. Is the old man crazy? Why did you answer moo? He wrote a letter to Yunfeng and asked his master. Master replied with a line, moo. In the second year, he started shouting moo in the middle of the bamboo forest behind the pagoda, shouting to the point of hoarseness, screaming to the blood of the mouth. Birds flew all over the place, rabbits scattered, but moo still didn't answer. In the third year, he whispered moo as he swept the yard. Each stroke of the broom is a moo. The falling leaves are moo. The wind blowing is moo. He swept the yard for 10 years nonstop, and the courtyard of Triochao Pagoda was as clean as a mirror. In the fourth year, he wrote moo on the wall with tea. After writing, the tea dried, and moo disappeared. He wrote it again. Rewrite. Write until your hands are callous. In the fifth year, he went to beg, met children and asked, "Are you a beggar?" Uncle laughed. Moo! The children laughed harshly and ran after him all the way. In the sixth year, he slept under a tree and dreamed that Zhaozhou appeared and asked, "Does the dog have Buddha nature?" He replied, moo. Zhaozhou laughed loudly and disappeared. He woke up, crying all night. In the seventh year, he began to teach his new uncle moo. An uncle asked, "Brother, what is moo?" He replied, moo. The little uncle was crazy, left the temple to go to the dust. Tam laughed, moo. In the eighth year, the old monk Zhaozhou was old and weak, lying on the hospital bed, only skin covered with bones. Tam served porridge. He looked at his uncle and asked, "Do you understand?" He replied, moo. He smiled, his eyes shining. Good. In the ninth year, the old monk passed away. The funeral was simple, only a few dozen monks. Tam cried like a child. That night he sat by his grave, shouting "Moo" all night. The wolf replied. In the 10th year, one autumn morning with drizzle, Hutam was sweeping the yard when she suddenly stopped brooming. He watched the rain fall. Look at the fallen leaves. Look at the clean meditation field. Look at the rock where Jiaozhou used to sit. Suddenly, everything disappeared. There is no Huitam anymore. There is no Jiaozhou. No more dogs. There is no more Buddha nature. There is no more Mu. There was only a little rain left. He shouted in a heavenly voice, "What is Mu?" No one answered. Only the sound of rain falling. The sound of rain falling a little on the mossy tile roof. The sound of rain falling on the green rock. The sound of rain falling a little on his bowl. The sound of rain falling on the Buddha nature jewel on the left chest. Suddenly, Hutam laughed out loud, laughing to tears, laughing and rolling on the rain-soaked meditation field, laughing hoarsely, laughing until there was no more laughter, only tears mixed with the rain. He ran back to the old house of the old monk Jiao Chao, now the grave. He knelt down in front of the grave and folded his hands. "Teacher, I see." Mo was silent. The rain was still falling. The wind was still blowing. But Hutam clearly heard a whisper from under the grave. "Good." He laughed again, then stood up, took a bamboo stick, and left Jiaozhou Temple without looking back. 10 years later, Hutam returned to Yunfeng. Master Yunduk had passed away a long time ago. He sat under an old maple tree, now dead, but from the root grew a green sapling. He laughed and whispered, "Moo." The maple tree shook its leaves in response. Many years later, when Huixin had become a high monk, every time a little uncle asked, "Master, does the dog have Buddha nature?" He just looked at the little boy for a long time and then said in a loud voice, "Moo." The little uncle was stunned. He smiled. "Good." And the little boy began to meditate on Moo. Because the gateless gate opens when you stop asking, "Where is the gate?" Moo is not the answer. Moo is the door. Moo was the one who knocked on the door. Moo is the knock on the door. Moo is everything. Mu is nothing. Shout Moo in the middle of the forest. Whisper Moo as you sweep the field. Let's write Moo with T. Ask Moo in the rain. Someday the rain will answer, "Good," and you'll laugh to tears. Because there is no port, there is no door. Only Moo. Moo. From the golden leaf that falls to teach you to let go to welcome spring. From the small grain of sand containing 3,000 worlds on the glittering Indra net. From the illusory city in the middle of the golden Gobi desert that leads people to continue with the cool water of compassion. From the forgotten jewel of Buddha nature in the lining of the patched robes. Jiaozhou's sharp Mu slashes all dualistic notions, all of which are ingenious means of pointing straight to the simplest truth. There is no need to do anything. No need to wait for the train. No need to get on the train. No need to get off the train. Just sitting there on the rotten wooden bench at the small train station at the foot of the mountain, watching the train go from train to train, watching people go up and down, watching the clouds floating in the sky, watching the breath in and out. Not expected. No purpose, only pure presence. Because at the moment, there is no one waiting for it. The present is the eternal train station. After 10 years of shouting Moo at Jiaozhou Temple, Huitam left Hebei on a drizzly morning. He didn't know where to go. He only knew how to walk. Bamboo sticks beat on the dirt road, bowls dangling at the sides, and the Buddha nature jewel worn on the left chest is still as warm as the breath of Master Yunduk in the past. He walked through golden rice fields, through soaring pine forests, through poor villages, through noisy cities. Go forever. Until the grass slippers wore out, until the robe was torn with a few patches, until the long hair touched the shoulders and the beard grew jagged like an old man. One winter afternoon that year, the sky was gray as if the heart had not yet been enlightened. Hutam got lost in a small train station at the foot of Taihan Mountain. The station had no name, only 3 rusted tracks, a waiting house with a perforated corrugated iron roof, a rotting wooden bench about 3 yards long, and an old ticket salesman dozing off in the broken glass counter. The train only stops 2 times a day, one in the morning to Beijing, one in the evening to Taiwan. The villagers call the station Forgotten Station, because anyone who gets lost here forgets the way back. Hugh Tam walked into the station and looked around. There is not a shadow of a person. Only a cold wind blew through, sweeping away a few dry leaves rolling on the platform. He saw an old man sitting quietly on a wooden bench, his old cotton shirt patched and patched, his felt hat pulled down, and his hand holding a bamboo stick against his chin. The old man sat there, from morning to night, day after day, not eating or drinking, not talking or laughing, just sitting. His eyes looked far away towards the tracks, as if waiting for a train that had forgotten him from his previous life. Hugh Tam approached, folded his hands. "Sir, who are you waiting for?" The old man looked at his uncle suspiciously, and then smiled. A gentle smile like the wind blowing across the surface of the lake. "Don't wait for anyone." Huixin was dumbfounded. He used to wait for spring after letting go of the yellow leaves. I used to wait for the illusory city to appear in the middle of the cultivation desert. I used to wait for the moo to answer. I used to wait for the jewel in my shirt to light up. Now, an old man said he wasn't waiting for anyone. From the golden leaf that falls to teach you to let go to welcome spring. From the small grain of sand containing 3,000 worlds on the glittering Indra net. From the illusory city in the middle of the Gobi Desert that leads people to continue with compassionate cool water. From the forgotten jewel of Buddha nature in the lining of the patched robes. From the sharp moo that slashes the duality. From the decaying wooden bench at the train station without a name to stop working and only to be present purely. It all boils down to the simplest place, the kitchen. Cooking rice is cooking the heart. Rice husks are soot husks. Cutting vegetables is cutting ignorance. Boiling water is heating wisdom. Each grain of rice is a Buddha. Each stroke of the knife is a sword of Vanthu. Every meal is a big Dharma festival. No need to go to the mountains. No need to go to the sea. No need to shout moo. No need to sit in the train station. It only takes 3 o'clock in the morning to get up, make a fire, wash the rice, and cook with all your body and mind. From the golden leaf that falls to teach you to let go, to welcome spring. From the small grain of sand containing 3,000 worlds on the glittering Indra net. From the illusory city in the middle of the Gobi Desert that leads people to continue with compassionate cool water. From the forgotten jewel of Buddha nature in the lining of the patched robes. From the sharp moo that slashes the duality. From the decaying wooden bench at the train station without a name to stop working, and only to be present purely. It all boils down to the simplest place, the kitchen. Cooking rice is cooking the heart. Rice husks are soot husks. Cutting vegetables is cutting ignorance. Boiling water is heating wisdom. Each grain of rice is a Buddha. Each stroke of the knife is a sword of Vanthu. Every meal is a big Dharma festival. No need to go to the mountains. No need to go to the sea. No need to shout moo. No need to sit in the train station. It only takes 3 o'clock in the morning to get up, make a fire, wash the rice, and cook with all your body and mind. Hugh Tam smiled, picked up the rice grains that fell on the ground, washed them, and put them in the pot. It's not difficult. Just stop doing it. It's like sitting at that train station. I don't expect good rice, not afraid of bad rice. Wash only, cut only, heat only. Just squeeze. Ming Kong was enlightened. Since then, the little uncle has been working as a sub-tenzo, becoming more and more skillful. The meal was getting more and more delicious. There was a snowy winter. The road to the mountain was congested for 3 months. The rice ran out. The vegetables ran out. Only sweet potatoes and sesame salt remained. They increase anxiety and fear of hunger. Hu Tam smiled. Good. Now cook sweet potatoes with your whole body and mind. He baked potatoes on the fire. Each tuber was golden and fragrant. They increased their intake of baked sweet potatoes with sesame salt, filling their stomachs, warming their hearts, and being more alert than full vegetable rice. A brother complimented, "Your sweet potato tastes better than seafood." Hu Tam smiled, "Because the sweet potato is the Buddha. The sesame salt is the Buddha. The fire is the Buddha. The mind is the Buddha." There are hot summers. Ticks tingle from morning to night. They increase fatigue and anorexia. Hu Tam cooks cold lotus porridge with fresh lotus leaves from the lake under the mountain. Cool, ethereal. They increase their food and wake up their whole body. An uncle asked, "How do you know how to cook cold lotus porridge?" Hu Tam smiled, "Because lotus grows from mud without smelling of mud. We live in life without the smell of life." 10 years as a Tenzo, Hu Tam didn't leave the kitchen for a day. He is old, his back is cuffed, his hair is gray, but his eyes are still bright, his hands are still skillful. Every morning at 3 o'clock, he still gets up, still makes a fire, still washes rice, still cuts vegetables, still boils water. They have increased and changed for generations, but the smell of Vanfong rice is still the same, fragrant, frugal, and alert. One autumn morning with bright yellow maple leaves, Hui Tam was washing rice when she saw the Buddha nature jewel on her left chest burning. He stopped his hand and smiled. I knew the hour had come. He called Min Kong, now a young monk, into the kitchen. From tomorrow, I'll be the main Tenzo. Min Kong knelt down, tears rolling down his face. I'm not strong enough. Hu Tam put his hand on his uncle's head. That's enough. Just wash the rice with your whole body and mind. That night, Hu Tam sat in meditation in the kitchen for the last time. The fire was smoldering. The rice pot was boiling. The steam rose like an illusory city. He whispered, "Moo!" The fire went out. Cooked rice. Steam melts. Hu Tam smiled, passing away right on the old table in the kitchen, while still holding a wooden ladle in his hand. The next morning, the monks found him sitting there, his mouth still smiling, and the Buddha's jewel of bright light illuminated the whole kitchen. Min Kong cried, then lit a fire, washed rice, cut vegetables, and boiled water. The rice is still fragrant. The scene is still stable. The Fa conference continues. Years later, each of Yunfeng's new Tenzo was taught a single sentence. Cooking rice is cooking the heart, and they cook. And they were enlightened. Because the kitchen is the ashram. The rice pot is the three heavens and worlds. The wooden ladle is the Vanthu's sword. Each grain of rice is a Buddha. Let's rinse the rice. Let's cut the vegetables. Let's boil the water. With the whole body in mind. Meals are waiting. The Fa conference is beginning. Right here. Right now. From the golden leaf that falls to teach you to let go, to welcome spring. From the small grain of sand containing 3,000 worlds on the glittering Indra net. From the illusory city in the middle of the Gobi Desert that leads people to continue with compassionate cool water. From the forgotten jewel of Buddha nature in the lining of the patched robes. From the sharp moo that slashes the duality. From the rotten wooden bench in the nameless train station that teaches to stop working and is only purely present. From the boiling rice pot in the kitchen to teach the mind to cook with the whole body and mind. It all boils down to the most fragile truth. The candle swayed in the wind. No resistance is required. No need to turn off the wind. No shielding is required. Just let it breathe. Let it bend. Let it fade and then light again. Fragility is not weakness. Fragility is strength. Because when the wind comes, the wind goes, the candles still burn and the light still spreads. So is your heart. Let's dance with the wind of life. From the golden leaf that falls to teach you to let go to welcome spring. From the small grain of sand containing 3,000 worlds on the glittering Indra net. From the illusory city in the middle of the Gobi Desert that leads people to continue with compassionate cool water. From the forgotten jewel of Buddha nature in the lining of the patched robes. From the sharp moo that slashes the duality. From the rotten wooden bench in the nameless train station that teaches to stop working and is only purely present. From the boiling rice pot in the kitchen to teach the mind to cook with the whole body and mind. It all boils down to the most fragile truth. The candle swayed in the wind. No resistance is required. No need to turn off the wind. No shielding is required. Just let it breathe. Let it bend. Let it fade and then light again. Fragility is not weakness. Fragility is strength. Because when the wind comes, the wind goes, the candles still burn, and the light still spreads. So is your heart. Let's dance with the wind of life. Candles and wind. Fragility is power. In the winter of Hu Tam, at the age of 60, Van Phong Monastery welcomed a 13-year-old boy named Min Kong, the fifth generation bearing that name, like a river that passed on the moonlight. The little uncle came up from the foot of the mountain. His face was round, and his eyes were bright, and his skin was as white as the snow of Huangshan had not melted. But his heart was full of fear. His parents died of the epidemic, the village was burned down, and he wandered for 3 months to find the door of the Buddha. On the first night in the meditation hall, he sat in meditation and trembled. His eyes closed, but his ears listened to every whistle of the wind through the crack of the door. The ancient Van Phong meditation hall, the mossy tile roof, the ironwood floor is shiny because thousands of bare feet step by step. In the middle of the road, on the Buddha altar, a candle as big as a wrist burned. The candle is made from beeswax from the mountains and forests. The candle heart is made of dried lotus flower, fragrant with the smell of bass and honey. The east wind blew strongly from the gap in the northern door, rushing in like a knife. The candle swayed. Fire bends. The light flickered on the golden face of Amitabha Buddha. Uncle Xiao Mingkong panicked, got up, and ran out to shield himself with his brand new sleeves. The candle is gone. When the candle goes out, the Buddha is dark. Hu Tam was sitting in the corner of the meditation hall, his eyes were partially closed, and when he heard the sound of his little uncle panicking, he opened his eyes. He was old. His back was cuffed like an old maple tree outside the wall. His hair was as white as snow covering the mountains, but his eyes were still as bright as the jewel of Buddha nature in the past. He walked closer and gently pulled out the little boy's hand. Let it breathe. The little boy rolled his eyes. Sir, the wind is so strong. What about the candles go out? Hu Tam smiled. Her smile was as gentle as the spring breeze. The candle does not go out. Candles are just dancing. The wind blew harder again. The candle bends almost to the wax. The light dimmed, almost turned off. The little uncle shouted, intending to cover it with his hand. Hui Xian held his uncle's hand and whispered, Look, the candle dimmed, faded. Then suddenly there was a burst of fire, and the fire was higher than before, lighting up the whole meditation hall. A warm golden light spread, shining on the smiling Buddha's face. The wind was still blowing. The candle is still wobbly, but don't turn it off. Never turn off. Hu Tam sat down on the cold wooden floor, pulling Xiao Mingkong to sit next to him. He said, his voice as deep as candlelight, In the old days, the monk was just like me. Fear of extinguishing candles, fear of the dark mind. The monk used to fight the wind for 30 years, fight with meditation, resist by the police, resistant to travel, etc., resist with a stove, resist with moo, resist by sitting at a train station. But the more it resists, the stronger the wind. The candle swayed even more, the darker the mind. The little uncle listened. His eyes did not leave the candle. Then one day, the monk understood. The wind is not the enemy. The wind is you. The wind makes the candle breathe. The wind makes the candle live. If there is no wind, the candle burns straight, burns evenly, burns boringly, and then goes out because of lack of oxygen. There is wind. New candles shake, new bends, fade, and then light again. The new light spreads everywhere, beautiful new. He pointed to the candle. Look, the wind blows the strongest. The fire curves the most, but the light radiates the farthest. Fragility is not weakness. Fragility is strength. Uncle Xiao Mingkong trembled. But what if the wind is too strong? What about the candlestick goes out? Hu Tam laughed loudly, and the laughter echoed the whole meditation hall in silence. When the candle is extinguished, light it again. The Buddha never goes out. The light is never lost. Just transform, like yellow leaves falling to feed trees, like a grain of sand that contains the universe, like an illusory city that saves people in the middle of the desert, like a jewel in a shirt, like Mu, like a train station waiting for no one, like a boiling rice cooker. All are fragile, but all are immortal. Since then, every evening Van Fong Meditation Hall has left the northern window open. The east wind blew in. The candles swayed. They sit and meditate, look at the candles, look at the wind, look at their minds. There was a new little uncle who was panicked like Min Kong in the past. The brothers just laughed. Let it breathe. Min Kong became the first teacher. He sat next to the new uncle and whispered, "Don't fight the wind. Let's dance with it." There was a night when the wind was strong and stormy. The roof tiles flew, and the young maple tree outside the wall broke its branches. The candle in the meditation hall bent almost to the wax, dimming to the point that only a tiny red spot remained. They increased breath-holding. Ming Kong, now 16 years old, stood up, did not shield himself, just folded his hands and said, "Let it breathe." The wind blows harder. The candle dimmed, faded, then one flared up, and the fire was so high, shining brightly like the sun in the middle of the winter night. The light shone all over the meditation hall, on the faces of the Buddha, on the faces of the smiling monks. The storm dissipated. The wind was calm. The candle is still burning. There is a hot summer without a single wind. The candle burns straight, burns evenly, burns boringly. They increase drowsiness, distraction of the mind. Ming Kong opened the north window, even though there was no wind. He whispered, "Invite the wind to come." The wind of Huangshan Mountain heard it and blew in a cool breath. The candle swayed. They increase awareness. The light is beautiful again. There is an autumn when golden leaves fall all over the meditation ground. A leaf flew through the gap in the door, landing on the heart of the candle. The fire licks the leaves, flares up one, and then the leaves burn to ashes, falling on the altar. The candle is still burning. Ming Kong smiled. Yellow leaves fall to feed candles, like raising maple trees outside the wall. There is a spring when peach blossoms bloom pink at the foot of the mountain. A peach petal flew in, landing on the heart of the candle. The fire licked the petals, flared up one, and then the petals burned into pink ashes. The candle is still burning. Ming Kong smiled. Falling peach blossoms feed the light. It is like nourishing the minds of sentient beings. 10 years passed. Ming Kong became a brother and then an old monk. The candle in the Yunfeng temple was still burning, night after night, year after year. The wind was still blowing. The candle is still wobbly. The light still spreads. They increase and change over generations, but the lesson remains the same. Let it breathe. One winter night when Hu Tam was 80 years old, he sat in meditation for the last time in the meditation hall. The wind blew strongly. The candle swayed. He looked at the candles, at the wind, at himself. He smiled and whispered, "Thank you, wind. Thank you, candles. Thank you, fragile." He passed away right on the pedestal. His mouth was still smiling, and the Buddha's jewel was as bright as a candle that never went out. The next morning, the monks found him sitting there, the wind still blowing, the candles still flickering. Min Kong, now the abbot, lit a new candle and placed it on the altar. The wind blows, the candle wobbles, the light spread again. Many years later, each new little boy was frightened by the flickering candle. Abbot Min Kong only laughed. Let it breathe. And the little uncle looked, watching the candle bend, fade, and then light again, watching the wind blow, then silence. It's the same with looking at my heart. Because fragility is not weakness. Fragility is strength. No matter how big the wind of life is, the candle of the heart is still burning, still bright, still spreading. Let it breathe. Let's dance with the wind. The light is swaying within you. Don't oppose. Laugh. The candle is still burning. The Buddha was still smiling. The wind was still blowing. And you're still alive. From the golden leaf that falls to teach you to let go to welcome spring, from the small grain of sand containing 3,000 worlds on the glittering Indra net, from the illusory city in the middle of the Gobi Desert that leads people to continue with compassionate cool water, from the forgotten jewel of Buddha nature in the lining of the patched robes, from the sharp moo that slashes the duality, from the rotting wooden bench in the nameless train station that teaches to stop working and is only purely present, from the boiling rice pot in the kitchen to teach the mind to cook with the whole body and mind, from the candle swaying in the wind to teach to dance with life. All these are the footsteps of Crown Prince Siddhartha leaving the palace at night. Let go of the throne to find the Tao. Let go of the silk shirt and put on the robe. Let go of the crown for a haircut. Let go of the palace and enter the deep forest. Let go of being a king to be a Buddha. Letting go of everything to see everything. Let go of yourself to return home. Letting go is returning. Return is light. The Buddha returns to Kapilavastu. The return is not the prince, but the enlightened. Rahula's son was ordained. Love through letting go, choosing the truth. At the foot of Tuyet San Mountain, where the glacial streams melt into 1,000 sparkling drops of water, there is an ancient pagoda called Yunshui. The stone walls are covered with green moss. The tile roof curves like waves, and in front of the temple yard is a small river that flows endlessly. It is called the River of Impermanence because no one has ever seen it stand still. In the pagoda, there is a young monk named An Nien. She was ordained at the age of 15, after her mother died of a serious illness. Before her mother closed her eyes, she held her daughter's hand and whispered, "Son, don't hold me back. I'm just a drop of water. It's time to go back to the river." Anian didn't understand. She cried to the point of tears, hugging her mother's body tightly as if hugging the whole world that was shattering. From then on, the fear of loss clung to her like darkness. Every morning, Anian sits and meditates by the river. She looked at the water, trying to find her mother's figure in the rolling ripples. But rivers are never the same twice. Some days the water is clear and the bottom is seen, and some days it is cloudy and swept away by dry leaves. She wondered, where did you go? If you were a drop of water, where are you in this river now? That question became a knot in her heart, so tight that she couldn't breathe while meditating. One autumn afternoon, red banyan leaves fell like rain. The old teacher of the temple, the old monk Phap Van, saw a Nien sitting by the river, his eyes red. He sat down quietly next to him, without saying anything. The two teachers and students watched as a maple leaf was swept away by the wind, fell on the river surface, spun around a few times, and then disappeared. "What are you looking for in the water?" he asked, his voice as soft as the wind. "I'm looking for you," An Nien whispered. "My mother said that I was a drop of water returning to the river, but I don't see you anywhere." Fayan smiled, picked up a dry leaf, and placed it on the palm of his hand. A drop of glittering dew settled on the surface of the leaf, round, shimmering like a small jewel. "Is this a drop of water?" he asked. An Nien nodded. The old monk tilted his hand. The dewdrops fell into the river, dissolving instantly. There is no trace left. "Now, where is the drop of water?" An Nien was dumbfounded. She looked at the calm river surface, no longer seeing a drop of dew. The water is still flowing, still singing, still embracing everything that passes. "Teacher, it's gone?" "Not lost. It's just not it anymore." Fayun pointed to the white clouds floating on the top of the mountain. "Tomorrow, that drop of water can fly into the sky as a cloud. One day, it may fall to make rain to feed the rice fields. Then it seeps into the soil again, feeds the trees, flows into the stream, and returns to the river. Do you see? The drop of water has never left the flow. Only the name drop of water is gone." An Nien was silent. She looked at her hand, the hand that had held her mother tightly and did not let go. That hand was now trembling. "So, who are you, master? If you are no longer a mother, Then you are no longer my daughter? Fa Yun put his hand on her shoulder, warm as the autumn sun. You asked the wrong question. Don't ask who are you. Ask what are you? He picked up a small stone and threw it into the river. The waves spread, touched the shore, touched An Nian's feet, and then dissolved. Do you see? The stone fell. The waves spread, touching everything. But waves are not stones, nor are they water. The waves are just the meeting between the rock and the river for a moment. It's the same with your ego. Just the encounter between your parents, the air you breathe, the food you eat, the words you hear, the pain you carry. There is no fixed me behind it all. There is only flow. An Nian closed her eyes. She remembered the deep scent of her mother's hair, the soft lullaby, and the thin hand stroking her hair. Those memories are still as vivid as yesterday. But now, they are no longer blades that pierce the heart. They become petals floating on the surface of the river, beautiful, fragile, and freely drifting. Master, she whispered, if there is no I, who is suffering from the loss of my mother? Fa Yun laughed loudly, and the laughter echoed among the mountains and forests. That's the best question I've ever asked. It is that pain that is asking. The river itself is asking itself questions. But do you see the river that used to stand still to ask? It just flows. It's the same with suffering. It comes, it stays for a while, and then it flows away. Only when you try to hold it back does it become suffering. That night, An Nian did not sleep. She went to the river and sat on a large rock. The moon hangs above the top of the mountain, shining on the silver surface of the water. She looked at her silhouette in the river, a childish face that had grown up every day. Her eyes deepened, but it was still her. Or is it not? She dipped her hand into the water. It was bitterly cold. She withdrew her hand, water dripping from her fingertips, falling into the river. Cup, cup, cup. Each drop that falls is a sound and then dissipates. Who am I? She whispered. The wind blew through, bringing with it the smell of pine needles and wildflowers. The river replied with a murr. No words, only presence. Suddenly, An Nian laughed. She laughed so much that her tears fell into the river, blending into the flow. She understood. Mom didn't die. She is here, in the breath she breathes, in the blood flowing in her heart, in the tears that are melting into the river. Mother is the clouds, the rain, the streams, the trees, and An Nian herself sitting here. You are not a drop in a river, she whispered to the moon shadow. You are a river in a drop of water. Since then, An Nian no longer sits in meditation every morning to find her mother. She sat listening to the river, listening to herself. She saw that every breath in was the whole universe living in her, and that every breath out was giving herself back to the universe. No more holding, no more losing. One day, a 10-year-old boy came to the temple with red eyes because his father had just died in the flood. He sat by the river sobbing. An Nian came to him, didn't say anything, just sat with him. After a while, the boy asked, Sister, where has your father gone? An Nian smiled, picked up a dry leaf, and let the wind blow it away. The leaf falls into the river, spins, and disappears. Where is your father? Can you see it? The boy looked at the river surface, dumbfounded. Everywhere? An Nian nodded. My father never left me. My father is the warmth when I lay my hands by the fire, the drops of water when I drink, the sound of the wind when I sleep. My father is the river, and so am I. The boy was silent for a long time. Then he picked up a small stone and threw it into the river. The wave circle spread, touching his legs, touching An Nian's feet. I see, he whispered. My father did not die. I just no longer father. An Nian hugged him in her arms, not to comfort him, but to feel the river flowing through them both. Many years later, An Nian became the teacher of Van Thuy Tu. She didn't preach much. She only led her disciples to the riverside. Every time someone asked, Who am I? She dipped her hand into the water, let the water run between her hands, and then asked again, Who is this drop of water? No one could answer, but they all understood, and the impermanence river still flows, day and night, carrying the drops of water that used to be mothers, fathers, friends, enemies, ourselves. No one is lost, only flows forever. Under the autumn moon, An Nien sat by the river, whispering to the wind, "Thank you for teaching me to let go. Thank you for the river that taught me that there is nothing to let go." The wind answered with the rustling of leaves. The river replied with a murr. And in that moment, An Nien disappeared. No longer An Nien, just a river smiling at herself. In the rainy season Kosambi forest, the soaring sal trees vibrate like giant bells every time the wind blows through. The rain fell on the leaves, the earth vapor rose passionately, and in the middle of the deep forest, the Buddha sat on a flat stone, surrounded by more than 300 monks. The soaking robe was close to the body, but no one bothered to cover the umbrella. They had walked for 3 days from Vasali to hear the Blessed One's teachings, their bare feet in the mud, their stomachs hungry, but their eyes were bright. Today is not the day to lecture on the Four Noble Truths or the Eightfold Path. Today, the Buddha is talking about only one thing: misunderstanding. He was silent for a long time, letting the sound of the rain be the background. Then his voice rang out, lightly, but through the rain like an arrow. "Someone is looking for snakes." The whole forest seemed to stop breathing. He heard that near the base of an ancient tree there was a precious snake, the venom of which could cure all diseases, and whose skin could be used as a talisman. He threatens to go into the forest, not carrying a pitchfork, not learning how to catch it, not waiting for the moment. Seeing a tail peeking out in the grass, he rushed over, gripped the snake's tail with his bare hands, and jerked hard. The young monks sitting in front of them involuntarily shrank their necks. In the Kosambi forest, cobras are innumerable. The snake twists itself, turns its head, and... The Buddha paused, his eyes swept over each face. Bite! The sound of the rain suddenly grew louder, like thousands of hands clapping. He collapsed, his mouth foaming, his hands still clutching his tail. Before he died, he cursed, "Evil snake! The rumor is false. There are no precious snakes." The Buddha smiled sadly. He didn't know that he had grasped the wrong way. An old monk named Kassapa bowed his head, his voice hoarse because of his age. "Venerable One, which is the right way?" The Buddha picked up a dry branch and drew a zigzag river on the wet ground. Another person needs to cross the river. The water was fast, crocodiles were hovering, and the other bank was hazy in the mist. He has no boats, no bridges. What did he do? He did not wait for an answer, and continued to draw himself. The broken segments were branches, the circles were leaves, and the horizontal strokes were vines. He chopped branches, tied leaves, braided ropes, made a raft. He pushes the raft into the water, hugs tightly, rows with his hands, crosses the fastening current. When he got to the other shore, his legs were shaking, but he was alive. The Buddha looked up, looking directly at the youngest monk, the 15-year-old boy Upali, whose eyes still had the arrogance of an early wise man. If he carries that raft on his shoulders, walks all his life, through forests, through mountains, through deserts, what do you think? Laughter broke out in the rainforest. Upali blushed. "He'll die of exhaustion before he gets anywhere," he whispered. The Buddha nodded. "It's the same with Buddhism. It is a raft to cross the river of life and death. It is not a bundle of firewood to pass forever." This time, the speaker was Sati, a monk who was famous throughout Kosambi for his superhuman memory. He could recite the entire scriptures without missing a word. His voice resounded, full of confidence. "But Venerable One, if we let go, how can we protect the Dharma from wrong views? How to argue with non-believers? We must hold fast to his words. We must repeat every word. We must win every debate." The rain suddenly became heavier, as if heaven and earth were sighing. The Buddha looked at Sati. His eyes were not angry, only compassionate. "Sati, have you ever seen anyone use a raft to fight?" Sati was dumbfounded. "You hold a raft to your head, shout, 'This is the best raft,' and hit someone else's head to prove your raft is durable? You do that, the raft breaks, you also break your head. The other person didn't see the other side. He only saw a madman holding a bundle of firewood. The forest was silent. The Dharma is not a weapon, it's a raft, used to overtake, not to show off, used to save, not kill. You hold my words like a snake's tail, and then you are surprised to be bitten by your own egos. Sati fell to his knees, the rainwater mingling with tears running down his face. The Blessed One, you were wrong. The Buddha laid his hands on his head, as light as a fallen leaf. That's right, just a misunderstanding. Now let go. That night, by the small fire in the cave, Upali timidly asked, "Sir, if we let it all go, what do we have to rely on?" The Buddha laughed, throwing another dry branch into the fire. The fire broke out, illuminating the entire cave. You are afraid to let go of the raft because you think there is no road across the river. But on the other side of the river is the land, the forests, the villages, and the vast sky. We just need to go to the shore. After that, you walk on your feet. He pointed to the entrance of the cave, where the rain had stopped and the stars twinkled on the canopy of the tree. The Dharma takes you to the shore of enlightenment. When you arrive, you don't need a raft anymore. You are the shore. Upali looked at the fire, then at his muddy bare feet. He smiled. For the first time in his life, no more answers. Many years later, when the Buddha entered nirvana, Sati became Kosambi's most famous teacher. Not for his good debating, but for his good silence. He never held a scripture to show off again. He just sat by the river, watching the water flow. And when someone asked him, he picked up a dry branch, drew a river, and drew a tiny raft on this side. "You're here," he said. "If you want to go over there, use a raft. Arrive, let go." It is rumored that once an arrogant pagan came to challenge him, carrying a thick stack of scriptures. Sati just smiled, tied a small leaf raft, and dropped it into the stream in front of him. Bee drifted for a while, stuck in a rock, and turned over. "See," he said, "rafts are just rafts, don't cling." The pagans left silently, and 3 days later returned to shave their heads and ordained as monks. And Upali, the boy who was afraid to let go, later became the strictest ruler in the Sangha. But he taught law never by whipping or arguing. He taught by sitting by the river, letting everyone see for themselves. The water flows, the raft drifts, the shore comes. Once a young monk cried because he was afraid that he would lose his way after letting go of the sutras. Upali led him to the river at dawn, when the sun had just risen, dyeing the whole water red. "Look," he said. "This river has been flowing for tens of thousands of years. No one needs to keep it. The sun rises and sets. No one needs to be reminded. You are the same. Let go of the raft, and you will see that you are the river, the sun." The young monk knelt down, and the tears fell into the river, merging into the endless flow. And in the Kosambi forest, people keep telling the story of that rainy night, the night the Buddha taught about the serpent and the raft. No one remembers every word exactly, but everyone remembers the feeling of letting go, as gentle as a falling leaf, free as flowing water. Hundreds of years later, whenever there was a loud argument about the scriptures, the old masters just smiled, picked up a dry branch, and drew a river and a small raft on the ground. "Don't grab the snake's tail," they say, "and don't carry a raft up the mountain." Then they dropped the dry branch into the water, watched it drift away, lost in the sun. In the endless flow of Zen, the stories we have just heard are not stones thrown into the river and then drowned, but waves that spread forever, touching the bottom of the mind. They do not stand alone like lofty mountains, but intertwined like a grid of Indra. Each jewel reflects all. Each parable illuminates all the rest. And when we look back quietly, a complete picture emerges. The path of awakening does not lie in the obscure remoteness, but right under this bare foot, in this breath, in this moment. The biggest theme, as pervasive as the river of impermanence, is letting go. I have seen the yellow maple leaves fall without regret. The illusory city vanishes without reproach. The raft is floated when it has carried me across the river. Letting go is not a loss, not a flight away, but a return to the gentlest of beings. Maple trees do not keep their leaves so that they dry out in the middle of winter. Travelers do not carry rafts to the mountains and then fall in the middle of the desert. Siddhartha let go of the golden palace and jewels. Yasodhara let go of his son's hand. Rahula let go of his childhood, all in return for something greater, freedom. Letting go is opening a closed hand, letting the universe rush in. But letting go doesn't lead to emptiness. It leads to the interconnectedness of all things. The Indranet sparkled, the water droplets dissolved into the river, and the echoes in the mountains returned the words I sent. Nothing exists individually. The jewel in the grid reflects the entire universe. The dew drops on the maple leaves are the clouds, the rain, the ocean, and the blood in our hearts. Anian's mother did not die. She was the river, the wind, the breath the daughter was breathing. Joran shouts, "I hate you." And the mountain returns, "I hate you." The old man waited at the train station without waiting for anyone, but his presence warmed up the whole station. When we harm a person, we harm ourselves. When we lift one person, we lift the whole net of life. That's why compassion isn't an option. It's true. And that truth only manifests itself when we are truly present. Not in the noisy debate, not in the accumulation of knowledge, but in the silence of the therapist Anjali, in the rhythm of the Tenzo's vegetable knife, in the steady breathing of the old man on the train station bench, in the little candle that bends without going out. Being is cooking, but only cooking, waiting without waiting for anything, meditating and sitting. The candle doesn't fight the wind. It dances with the wind. Tenzo didn't think I'm cooking for the Buddha. He just washed the rice, cut the carrots, stirred the pot, and in that was the whole Dharma. The old man waited for no one, but that non-waiting turned the station into a meditation hall. To be present is to stop running, to stop holding, to stop asking, when is it coming? Just sitting, just breathing, just being present. In that presence, we realize the inherent Buddha nature. The jewel is pre-sewn in the lining. No search, no sword, just remember. Do dogs have Buddha nature? Moo. It's not yes, it's not no. It's to pass the question. Anatta, being selfless, is not denying the self, but seeing the self as just a dependent flow. I'm not a drop in a river, I'm a river in a drop of water. Buddha nature is not exclusive to the saint. It is in the thief, in the ant, in the person who has never heard the sutra. The ingenious means are the illusory city, the compassionate lie, the temporary raft, all of which are gateways to the truth, and then disappear once we have stepped through. Enlightenment, therefore, is not the destination. It's an everyday moment. It was when Anyan smiled in the middle of the river, when Sati let go of the scroll, when Rahula embraced the wooden bowl as if he were hugging the whole world. It is when we wash rice and listen to French, cut vegetables and see impermanence, drink a sip of water and be grateful for the whole sky. Enlightenment is when we stop asking, who am I? And start living as if the answer has always been here. 3 hours of listening, dozens of parables, thousands of poetic images, all to remind one simple thing. Don't grab the tail of a snake. Do not carry the raft up the mountain. Don't look for the Buddha in a distant place. Let go. Be present. Be compassionate. Believe that the leaves fall away so that spring returns, that the city dissolves so that the path continues, that the drops of water dissolve to become the ocean. And when we live like that, undifferentiated, unexpectedly mindful, believing in the cycle and intrinsic value, then in this very breath, we are already a Buddha. Only sitting, breathe only, presence only, and the world sparkles like an Indranet in the dawn.